joining us this evening. Pearl Academy, a leading institution in creative education, is committed to nurturing the next generation of creative leaders and innovators. What's Next serves as a vibrant platform for engagement, bringing together industry luminaries, thought leaders, and practitioners to decipher the future landscape of creativity, technology, convergence. This platform is not just a mere gathering, it's a celebration of human ingenuity. It has become a conference which focuses on the critical concerns of the contemporary times, where academicians, policymakers, students, industry representatives, and other leaders converge for insightful conversations and discussions and make actionable plans for the future of our world. I would encourage you all to share your experience throughout the day using the hashtag What'sNext2024. You can tag our LinkedIn profile, linkedin.com/school/pearl-academy/. You can scan it from the QR screen given on the QR code on the screen here. Well, the theme for this year seeks to explore the dynamic landscape where creativity and technology collide and ways in which creative aspirants for the ever-evolving world can be prepared. To that effect, ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite on stage a dynamic professional with 30 years of professional expertise in academia, marketing, and entrepreneurship. Please put your hands together for Aditi Srivastava, President, Pearl Academy.
Thank you, Ashima. Good evening, everyone. I would like to address all of you as visionaries of tomorrow, and I would like to welcome all of you to the pinnacle of creative exploration, Pearl Academy's prestigious event, What's Next 2024, titled Innovations, Crafting Tomorrow Through Creativity and Technology, presented in collaboration with CNBC-TV18. Your presence here amidst the convergence of creativity and technology signifies a shared commitment to explore the limitless possibilities that lie at this intersection. It is indeed an honor to welcome each one of you where the future unfolds through insightful dialogue and collaborative discussions. As we reflect on our journey for the last 31 years, our ethos remains centered around every student as an opportunity to create an impact. We believe they are the legends of tomorrow, the voices of humanity, and the change we aspire to see in the world. And we at the faculty and creators are the goldsmiths, carpenters, and artists molding and shaping these geniuses in the making. Our commitment to create complete creative professionals transcends the classroom, reaching into the heart of our communities. Pearl Academy's ethos lies in fostering not just skilled professionals, but compassionate and socially responsible individuals who understand the transformative power of creativity. Our students are not merely learners. They are the torchbearers of change, ready to illuminate the world with their innovative ideas and designs. Our students have made us proud by winning prestigious awards and accolades, both nationally and internationally. They have been successful entrepreneurs, job creators, and leaders in the various creative domains. We ensure that they are nurtured well through global exposure, tech expertise, special focus on life skills, and industry interface. To complement this, we have a strong board of advisors comprising of design luminaries, many of which are also present amongst us here today. Our constant endeavor is to engage with the industry, hear them, and evolve together to shape the creative landscape. Today, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone present here for proactively involving yourselves and helping Pearl Academy in shaping the future of creative expression. Our event, What's Next, is a journey of exploration and discovery. It is our initiative that serves as a beacon of knowledge, consistently pushing the boundaries of conventional creativity. It encourages creative minds to embrace sustainable evolution, forging a path towards a future where innovation and creativity converge seamlessly. Our commitment to innovation aligns seamlessly with our goals for this event, making this a testament to the power of uniting diverse perspectives. We have today a diverse tapestry of expertise, global design educators, industry leaders, government bodies, the international design fraternity, thought leaders, and emerging professionals as well. Each one of you, our esteemed change makers, play a vital role in shaping the dialogue, fostering collaborations, and inspiring innovation. At its core, What's Next is not just an event. It is a celebration of human ingenuity. It is a movement. It is a salutation to ideas, a convergence of minds, and a platform that amplifies the voices of those who strive to lead the change. Before we proceed, let us acknowledge the incredible journey of past editions of What's Next. This initiative was born in 2014 with a unique vision to break away from the conventional conference formats and create an environment where everyone in the room is not just an attendee, but an equal participant. It was conceived as a series, a platform where the spirit of inclusivity and collaboration would reign supreme, where we explored the future of design education, the impact of design on the triple bottom line, and the learner's transition from school to college to industry. Over the years, What's Next has become a conference which focuses on critical concerns of the contemporary times. The essence of What's Next lies in the commitment to encourage change, challenging the status quo, and setting the trend for the future. Today, as we explore the impact of artificial intelligence on creative expression, the evolution of design processes, and the revolutionary changes in technology, we find ourselves at the forefront of a new era, which is interesting, evolving, and definitely at times intimidating as well. Our theme for this year, Innovations, Crafting Tomorrow Through Creativity and Technology, is an amalgamation of ideas that stems from extensive conversations and research, delving deep into the synergy between these both. It is an exciting prospect that holds immense potential for both academicians and industry professionals alike. Here today, let us embrace the World Cafe format, a space for collaborative dialogue, knowledge, sharing, and the creation of possibilities for action. As we discuss, challenge, assumptions, and generate new ideas, we all should become active participants in shaping the future. Here we have table configuration thoughtfully set up to encourage meaningful interactions and ensure that everyone has a voice. We have 3 themes lined up for the discussion over today and tomorrow. One is Pixels and Passions, crafting aesthetics in the digital realm, delving into the intricate relationship between visual aesthetics, user interfaces, and user experiences, which is happening today. The second one, Boundless Expression, the techno-creative intersection, investigating the marriage of technology and creativity in fashion and visual effects, clothing, while exploring the intersection of fashion and technology, wearable tech, sustainable design practices, and their influence on the industry. And the third one is Reimagining Education, designing the future of creative learning, discussing the transformative impact of technology on design education, exploring innovative pedagogical approaches such as online platforms, interactive workshops, and collaborative learning in virtual environments. The endeavor is that we provide a direction through all the discussions and contributions from the seasoned chain makers present here, which is all of you, my dears, to create complete creative professionals of tomorrow. The session will kick off with dynamic and thought-provoking keynote speeches delivered by distinguished thought leaders. We have here today amongst us Dr. Sharad Mehra, Alok B. Nandi, Viren Ghosh, Niyam Bhushan, and Suryavanka, whose stimulating insights will set the tone for discussions and provide a rich starting point for exploration. The valuable outcomes generated at each table are meticulously captured. These collective contributions will be skillfully woven together in a subsequent panel discussion, crafting a holistic overview of the discussions. The panel discussion serves as the culmination of the World Cafe sessions. Representatives from each table bring forth the distilled wisdom, highlights, and key takeaways from their respective discussions. The synthesis aims not only to summarize individual table discussions, but also to identify emergent themes that span across multiple perspectives. Between rotations and during breaks, you'll have the chance to network, share insights, and build connections with a diverse group of professionals who are all present here today. Our change makers, you represent the driving force behind this enriching dialogue. You assume a pivotal role representing an esteemed group of specialists at the forefront of the design ecosystem. So, thank you for being a part of this transformative event. Let the discussions, collaborations begin. And before I end my introduction, I just want to end it with a little poem that's been penned down here by a colleague of mine. जो बीता कल उस अनुभव से हम आज नया उपवन सींचें, आने वाले उस कल में हम प्रगति की नई रेखा खींचें। कल, आज और कल की धारा में ये जीवन अविरल बहता है, सीखें कल से, करें आज प्रयत्न, तो कल भी उज्जवल रहता है। Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this event. Let the discussions, collaborations, and celebrations begin.
That was a very beautiful poem, whoever has written. Aditi, thank you very much for setting the context for this evening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin our two-day conference with the first session on emerging realities, a frontier where creativity intertwines with technology to redefine the very fabric of our existence. In today's fast-paced and ever-evolving landscape, the boundaries between the virtual and physical realms blur, giving rise to new dimensions of possibility. Emerging realities include a diverse array of technologies from virtual reality and augmented reality to the expanding metaverse, a digital universe where imagination knows no bounds. These technologies not only transform the way we perceive and interact with our surroundings, but also revolutionize the very essence of creativity itself. And to further elaborate on the re-evolution of creativity through technology, please join me in welcoming a corporate strategist, thought leader, and futurist who has been passionate about transformative education and youth power and has been significantly contributing in the world of creative academia for more than a decade now. Please welcome on stage Dr. Sharad Mehra, President, Creative Arts Education Society and Regional CEO, Asia and Australia, Global University Systems, for a keynote address. Please welcome Dr. Sharad Mehra.
Thank you. This is working? Yes. Okay, lovely. So, while this address was on, many of you have these chairs who are facing the other way, and you had to kind of really stretch your neck to listen to what the speaker was saying. My suggestion is turn your chairs around. Ye chota wala tha. They were like 5 minutes and 10 minutes. This is going to be a little bigger one. So you may actually sprain your neck. I hope that the technology works. So there's a little prayer that I always say, which is really the clicker to work. Because often you find कि ये ऐसी चीजें last में, especially when you're talking about confluence of creativity and technology, sometimes the creativity doesn't work. I've done a lot of speeches, so I'm pretty much familiar with what happens. Till the time they told me that you don't worry, there's a comfort monitor in front of you. So this is the comfort monitor, which is essentially flashing time. And how much time have you kind of really eaten? I was told I'm going to get 30 minutes. By virtue of being a PhD, I'm going to get another 5 minutes. And since I'm going to sign on a lot of bills later on, I may get another 5 minutes, 40 minutes. But here it says, Yash kya likha hai, jara padho. 10 minutes. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do whatever. Thank you. For 10 plus 30. And now they're telling me that the teleprompter is also not working. So I'm thanking Dr. Mehra for that insightful keynote. which is very interesting because, it was really fascinating. I thought this is the technology we want to show, that somebody is speaking out there, but the TV knows already what's going to be spoken. Anyway, what's next and why? Why we actually thought of this idea. It's about 12 years back, when we were having those intense discussion on curriculum and the road ahead. And one of the insights that came, and I got that insight into the room, that to design a curriculum, to design a unique pedagogical approach, let's go and speak to the industry. Because industry is always looking ahead and therefore should be the guides to us academicians in designing what our course structure and curriculum should be. Because we were pretty much lost at that time. This is what we have been doing for the last 20 years. We are great, but what's next? What are we going to be doing? And one thing we realized that when we went to speak to the industry was equally clueless. Because the industry had a vision which was limited to the next quarter or to the next year, but really nothing beyond that. Whereas the product that we were creating, our students, is somebody who's going to be passing out in the next 4 to 6 years, and then, basically going out and making an impact on the industry. So if we don't know what's really going to happen out there, how do we create industry-ready professionals for industry that the industry does not even know what they want? And that's where the real quest started, of this exploration into figuring out what's next and how do we go beyond what we have been doing, get a lot more interesting people in the room and hear their viewpoint. And that is where the whole idea of what's next was born. Till this evening today, we have always used the word confluence for it. Somewhere it became conference. See, that's what happens when CNBC is your partner. Because everything is around what the corporate is really looking for. And then we, thanks to Dr. MP Ranjan from NID, who was our advisor, we really stumbled upon this interesting World Cafe format, where you are assigned tables. Everybody gets an opportunity to speak. And the beauty of this is that nobody listens to what the other person is saying, which, by the way, is going to happen. Because you have that urge to go out and say, it's going to be a bazaar, it's going to be very noisy, but it's going to be fun because everybody is really part of a larger conversation. So we started this journey in 2013. We looked at how we reimagine design education, how it should be different, what is the influence which is happening. From there on, we moved to design for nation building. It was very interesting conversations we were having, and I'm really glad that we saw what was happening in India, and this whole idea of made in India and how do India becomes a design hub, a manufacturing hub, were not the conversations that media was having at that time, but we were having those conversations within the room. From there, we moved to the next one called the Creative Spark, and this time it really looked at how we ignite that spark of creativity. What is the role technology can play? And that time, technology was not the center point or the pivot of this conversation. It was one of the sessions where we talked about some of the more interesting things that are going to be happening in the world, and therefore we should be ready. And we also talked about what should be the leader of tomorrow, the leader to handle the creative economy. Then we had the lull because of COVID and multiple other things. And now here we are, and today we are going to discuss this topic around tomorrow through creativity and technology. It's really kind of now out there. You can't isolate technology perhaps from anything. For many years, the die-hard artists in the room perhaps resisted that temptation of allowing technology to be an integral part of what was happening in design schools and design studios. But I think last couple of years especially has shown us that it's just too big. It's too mammoth, and it's too critical for us to ignore, and that's where we are really looking at how we craft a tomorrow where creativity and technology can actually come together. It's a very tricky kind of a topic because you have this intersection in pretty much everything that is happening. So when we started to talk a little bit about what we called the techno-creative intersection or the marriage of creativity and technology, what we realize, and you can read all what is out there, that it's really everywhere. It's not that technology is in a certain part of communication design and graphics and UI, UX, but fashion is not involved in that, or art is not part of that. It was pretty much really everywhere. And therefore we thought that this is one conversation which really needs to be in the room. How much is enough? I mean, what is exactly happening and how it's going to mold everything that we are doing in the future? How it's going to change the consumer, the consumption patterns, which technology is going to really create the impact that we are looking at. And it just goes beyond the softwares that we are teaching our students. So very interesting topic, and I really believe some interesting conversations to be happening here. Then we looked at this topic, pixels and passion, which is really more to do with the digital and the aesthetics combining together. How would the cinema of tomorrow be impacted by technology? I mean, will virtual production sort of take over everything which is happening? Are we going to see another level of UI, UX through different technologies that we have? So the world that kind of we have carefully created for so many years, when it comes to the visual appeal and cinema, how is that going to change? So we're going to be having some very passionate speakers who are going to be talking about that. And it's very interesting how this debate is happening, because still there are the die-hard believers in what's been happening for so many years, and there's an equally vociferous and a critical mass of people who are really doing just the opposite. We had the Screen Actors Guild strike in the US, which kind of in some ways stopped everything in the world of cinema because of AI. And that strike actually brought the whole idea of AI into script writing and cinema in a much bigger way. And that's something this group is going to be exploring, and we're going to talk more about it. And then, of course, for us, how does it change in the classroom? And this is the conversation is not so much as about the teaching and learning through an online platform. In fact, I remember in 2013 when we did our first What's Next, this was one big topic of conversation, that suddenly online will come and it's going to change everything forever. I mean, it happened in a certain way. But this is really more about that. It is how the role of the teacher and the learner is going to change. How the pedagogy is going to change completely, and being all of us from Pearl in the education space, and all of you have stakeholders in the field of education, is something that we want a lot of guidance and support from this room to really tell us that hone kya wala hai world mein, and therefore how do we change our education. Now, what I'm going to be talking about in this is, while we will talk about pixel to passion, the marriage of creativity and technology, education, it is also important to understand certain realities in the world of today. Because if we don't recognize what's happening in the world, then our conversation here will be very myopic. We'll only focus on a broad area that we've been talking about, because dunya mein bahut kuch ho raha hai. So there are so many realities that are emerging, and we read about it in several publications. We talk about it. What I've tried to do is to capture some of these that I believe are very relevant to our discussion for your conversations today. But one emerging reality, which was not planned for, that today is a dry day. We really did not anticipate this, or maybe we did. Aditi, I don't know. Since you were in charge of budgets, she looked at dry days in Bangalore. We used technology to search. Bingo! Said, okay, that's fine. Let's kind of do it on these days. So my apologies. So we will have in the evening a saxophonist who's going to try very hard. He or she? He's going to, even more difficult. He's going to try very hard to captivate all of you without a drink in your hands, and you will actually listen to the music. See, it's become very difficult then. But anyway, we'll make the best of the evening. Maybe, our keynotes are going to intoxicate you so much. Neend to aayegi. Okay, let's look at Let's look at the emerging realities of today, starting with environment. And, very interestingly, it's like how the climate change is happening, what is the impact of that, and some broad snippets for you. I think what is really very interesting for me was when I saw a 69% drop in wildlife population till today. So I wanted my team to research this a little more and give me the facts. I thought that 69% in wildlife population is from the day we started counting, that how many are there actually, or from the time civilization started. But actually it's the last 50 years. There's a 69% drop, and we know that what it does to the entire ecological imbalance. We see the sea level rising, and I think what is also staggering is just the sheer number of people the planet holds now. It's going to be a staggering 8.6 billion people for the world to hold with all the resources that it has, which means that if we really don't plan the use of the resources, there will not be a what's next, because there's nothing to actually look at into the future. And all the talk about creativity, technology, design, solving the problems of the world and all of that, this is what the reality is. We'll still have 600 million hungry people. 700 million will be affected by drought. 40% more species will get extinct. So we got it down, the number of wildlife, from 100 to 69. Some species becoming distinct. The figure is between 25 to 40%. This is what's going to happen. Jakarta, Venice, and Mumbai can potentially be underwater. Jakarta has, by the way, already started the planning. They are moving the city to a new place. Venice, I always thought, was underwater. In Bombay, it's seasonal. But it may not be seasonal anymore. So it may, and that's a reality. You see, often the conversations about environment really sparks a debate between those who believe, the Greenpeace versus the rest, and Donald Trump versus the rest of the world. But the reality is that the facts are there for you, actually. If we could bring the species down by 69%, we are capable of actually doing a lot more. So environment is a reality, and what we are going to be doing with the environment is a reality. This is a small video that just kind of beautifully captured by The Guardian, do credit to them, which really shows us what's going to happen in the environment, and if this doesn't alarm us, nothing else will. So that was the reality of environment, and I think those who are living in Delhi, they can safely say that they are already living in 2050, because it's already kind of out there. You see out of your window during a perfect winter morning, and you see this beautiful Mussoorie and Shimla created right there. It's a beautiful romantic setting till the time you step out. Valentine's Day, everybody's coughing hard and enjoying the weather out there. But that's really what the reality is. But it's also important to understand the socio-economic and political reality of what's happening in the world. And again, some staggering statistics for you. Will 60% of the population actually moving to city. It is predicted that with technology, 75% of the jobs will be AI automated. Very interesting that the 1% of the world are going to be controlling 2/3 of the wealth. Now that's a real challenge when it comes to having civilized order in the society. Because just the sheer injustice of it that only one person have all the wealth just kind of creates that pressure on the balanced 99% to go and take it by right or by might. And therefore it leads to a social revolution. A very interesting case in point here is South Africa, where about 1% of the population controls about 99% of the wealth. And it's not a surprise that in the last 20, 25 years, since the country has had independence, 30 years now, the crime graph is on the rise. It's one of the most difficult places in Africa now to live in. And it's the sheer economic inequality of it is making people actually say quite vocally that apartheid was better. We may not have the same social status or the political power, but we had more food on the plate. And this is what kind of in some ways leads to a lot of challenges. The life expectancy is on an up. We will be about 78 as the average, and in certain Western countries of the world, the more civilized ones, it is going to be closer to 90. Now the pressure that it creates on our entire healthcare system, the social system, because the number of dependents in many countries is far more than the people who are the earning member. Japan is a case in point where this is already started to happen. Now that kind of really creates a very different political and economic environment in the whole world. China and India, of course, are going to be the large economies, so you will see a lot of benefit of this change coming to us in India. But there's also a very interesting possibility of a world war happening. In August, there's an incident that happened when Hamas attacked, the Israeli settlement. A few hundred people were killed, and there was a lot of talk about it. But that incident was not isolated to that particular region. The biggest fear with the analysts that they had was that Israel and the Arab world is locked into this conflict. At any point, Iran and Syria could jump in. They're not the most, let's say, sanest nations in the world. Iran and Syria jump in. US has to protect. US has to get involved in the war. So you've got the entire Arab world, and therefore, if an Arab country is attacked, the entire Arab world comes together. Russia is already involved in their whole dispute that's kind of happening. So you have the entire world together, and all of this gives China a legitimate right or an opportunity to move into Taiwan. Because the entire world is now busy. There is a war happening in Europe, there is a war happening in the Middle East, and therefore, for China to go out and assert something in Taiwan was a legitimate opportunity and a possibility. So this was being discussed in a few circles that I am aware of, and that was the biggest fear at that time. And the expectation at that time from India was to kind of play that role of being that big power in the region to kind of settle things down. Now you have to understand that many of the countries that I mentioned are ruled by dictators. Often, sanity is not something that is the topmost in everybody's mind, and everybody has got this big weapon that they are all tempted to use. So the end of the world may just be a button away. And that sometimes actually happens, and it can happen. The entire Central Asian countries that were part of the earlier Soviet regime have access to nuclear fuel and nuclear weapons. Part of the Middle East, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, US, and the big NATO countries. So it's just about somebody can do something immensely foolish. So the socio-economic impact is critical for us to understand. The end of the world is just a button away, could be a button away. The 300 million jobs could be lost with the changes that are coming. And of course, in all this cloud, there is a silver lining of the rise of the East. So it's really an opportunity for the Eastern Hemisphere to rise economically and politically in the world. So the stature is going to be very, very different. So we talked about socioeconomic, political, and environment. Now this is the scary part of this, because a lot of people are here from the world of technology. So there's really nothing else that I'm going to be talking about that you don't know. But in all the research that we did to put this together, a few things just kind of stood out. And I think the implications of that has to be really understood. This whole human and AI sort of a mix of what the world is going to be. We already have brain interface device. You would have seen some talk in the media around it. There is a whole idea of 3D printed organs, so you can really print whatever organ that you want to print. And then, of course, the mission to Mars, which is being kind of talked about life in Mars and so many other things. Now, why I chose these 3 or 4 elements which are sort of not related to each other but have a massive impact on the way this world could be, is the whole era of AI. Living can actually be forever. You have yourself, the AI programs to create an avatar or a holographic image, and why do we even need that if we can print you? So we can print you the way we want you to be. थोड़े flaws हैं, उसको हम ठीक कर लेंगे. Plastic surgeons ये सब काम करते थे. So from lip job, nose job, and whatever, it is now kind of come to a place that you can actually be living forever. The whole there's a parallel universe that can actually exist with you, and you can be really part of whichever universe that you want it to be. Living in Mars is being talked about, and the whole idea of machines, the power of the machines greater than the humans. All of this could be the impact of a few things that we saw in a certain way. So everything can actually be then programmed to be in a certain way. Because if I have that control, so in some ways, human beings, or at least few of the human beings, could really play the role of God. And that could be the real impact of something like this. It's not about faster processing or faster computers and download bandwidth up and down. Those things are insignificant when we talk about the real impact of technology, and this could happen in the lifetimes of many of us right here, because it is already started to happen. So technology, again, is an important emerging reality, and therefore when we talk about everything else that we do, pixel to passion, the boundless expressions, we need to understand the impact of technology on all of this. So do we keep our students isolated from this bad world of AI and chat GPT and large language models, or we make them really strong in that? I don't know what is going to be the view in the room. Just a short video to show some of the changes in technology that are going to be having a significant impact. The thing about technology is it is affordable and it is accessible. So it's not that it is in one corner of the world in a NASA-controlled lab that there are going to be certain things that are happening with the whole democracy of technology and the accessibility of technology. This is one way where it's going to be spreading pretty much everywhere. And then, of course, we come to our favorite topic, which is education. This is what we do. This is where we live and breathe. Is some of the interesting changes that are happening in the university or in the education is that there's a massive surge in demand for education. I'll give you an example of India. We have got about 40 million students who are there in higher education. That's the current number. In the next 10 years, this number is going to be twice of what it is. So close to about 80 million because we have a very young population. Now that means that we need twice the number of universities, we need twice the number of teachers, and we need twice the number of infrastructure to support the entire education systems. And if we don't do that, being a young country, this can actually lead to a huge social revolution. Very interesting study which actually tells us that the attention span of the student in the classroom is, as you can see. Now how do you deal with that? 1.3 seconds, if that's the attention span of what our students are in the classroom, and there is a whole conventional system which is designed in the idea of a lecture which is going to be X minute long, and in the case of design education, X hours long, because you always felt that without a 3-hour studio, how will the student get anything? Student will get anything if the student is in the classroom. Student is not even there in the classroom. There's only a physical form of student which is there. The student is somewhere else. And that's a real challenge that we are facing. The whole idea of rankings, this is kind of a big deal when we decide on which college to choose, where should our kids go, because you are in that age. The whole idea of ranking may completely not be relevant, because the focus is going to be more on the student outcome. What are you giving as an educator to the student? Is it about, are you able to give the jobs that are going to sustain them for the rest of their life with so much change that are happening? Are schools and colleges going to be becoming more about life skills and less of technical skills? Because that's, in the longer run, could be a little more important. So these are some of the questions that we are facing right now. Degrees, do we really need them? And I think IT industry has kind of really broken that through that whole degree area, that they are looking for skills, they are looking for capabilities. Design, I think, should be the next. Because what you're looking for is a portfolio, what the students have really done. Are they capable of doing what they are expected to be doing? Do they know what the technology is? So the importance of the piece of paper, which is kind of largely the system on which the entire university system is based, could be kind of completely out of sync with what reality is. The STEM education, which I think is right now the way we look at in any conventional education system, you have a STEM-based education, science, and then you have humanity, and you have the business and commerce sort of function, all pretty much apart from each other. But if STEM and technology specifically going to be so much part of our life, how can we even take it out of anything that we are doing? There is going to be a humanities curriculum in the future which could actually have 30% of technology. This is where you have started to teach coding in the classroom, because that's the relevant skill which is being looked at. How do you analyze data, have fun with big numbers? That's what is going to be the curriculum of a design school. Whether you change it now or you let the students come and change it for you, because that's really what the reality of the world is, because we saw what is happening out there. We saw what technology is doing and what every other area the change is happening. So that's going to be leading to a lot of interesting and innovative learning tools as well. I mean, there is this very interesting MBA which has been designed by the Kuala Lumpur University. So the entire MBA capsule is designed in a way that you can do it while you are commuting. So every single byte that is there, or bit which is there, is about 3 to 5 minutes depending on how you commute. So you can learn all of that. Now to a die-hard educationalist, this is like the end of the world. But that is what the reality is. And this is one such example. And if you kind of spend some time on it, if you are interested, you will find so many of these interesting, unique models coming. Therefore, An important outcome would be very strong technology in the class. Does not mean online classes or you have a very beautifully designed classroom with swanky, tech gear. It's really about immersing that into the curriculum as well. Degrees, we don't know. Big question mark. Universities, will they exist? Will they exist in the same form? And if you don't need to give degrees, do they even need to exist? Will the ranking system be the same? Because it's very interesting, because ranking systems all over the world give focus on research, citations, and multiple other things which have very little bearing on exactly what happens in the classroom. Because the best researchers of the best universities in the world do not teach. They research so that the ranking of the university goes up. But if as a student I'm looking for an outcome, if the teacher is not going to be there in the classroom, would I really want to be there? And finally, teachers. What is going to be their role? Conventionally, this whole thing of giving a lecture and imparting knowledge, because knowledge is out there. Do they become entertainers? Do they become engagers? The best teacher would be the one who has the most influencers on Instagram? Maybe. Because that's what a teacher's job is. In our time, and in your time as well, by the way, teachers were the role models. What does a role model do? Influence. Now, when we ask anybody, there are a lot of young people out there, what is an influencer or who is an influencer? So, you will not know any of the influencers that they are naming. I can promise you. And then what is an influencer? Is the person on the Instagram who has the most followers. But maybe that's how it is. If a teacher has got 1.3 seconds to create that impact, if the teacher does not know how to teach in a reel, it may be very difficult going ahead. So the role is going to evolve. When I put a question mark in front of teachers, does not mean you guys are losing your job. Ashish, Yash, everyone. None of you are losing your job, at least not now. Give it time. Of course, education. Now, at Pearl, what we are trying to do is that, we know a lot what is happening out there. And we're also kind of trying to make those changes come to us. And that's the whole idea of what's next. Let's kind of have the technology, let's have the mindset, let's have our curriculum design in a way. So this is a short futuristic video of how we see our campuses to be, how that interaction is going to happen, how the parallel universe and the actual universe will coexist. So that's really the future state as we see for Pearl, the new reality for Pearl. That really is a new reality for Pearl, and in fact, the imagery that you see are part of our soon-to-be-launched digital twin. So we'll be putting out there where not only we teach in Bangalore, Delhi, Jaipur and Bombay, but also imparting classes through the metaverse, and students also feel a more immersive and a new reality in which they are studying. And finally, we come to our favorite topic of creativity, and all of you are part of the fraternity that's here, whether it's industry or on the education side. I think very important for us to understand, and I think really I just wanted to talk about AI and nothing else, because that's really is the most significant and transformative change which has happened. I mean, read some of all of these things. As many images as photographers have taken in 150 years. 15 billion images created using AI. And AI is going to automate 26% jobs in the creative field, and it is already happening. If you look at some of the work which is happening now, there is this whole debate around the ethics of it and whether it should be done or not, and all of that. Look, you have to realize that you may have that debate, and I'm sure they had an ethical debate before the nuclear bomb was made. I'm sure there was a big ethical debate, but at the end of the day, something prevailed because there was a larger need of doing something. And I think while the creative industry may frown upon the idea of AI, to those who are really not so supposed to be non-creative, it's a wonderful tool, because it allows a certain vision, which is called prompt, to create something which happens in real time. Then it allows you to do things in a certain way. What could be more simple than that? And if I'm the CEO of a large company, which I am, this is the way I would like to look at it, because this is really giving me a solution. It is solving a problem for me. So there are those who are on the other side, but this is what the reality is, and I think AI is really going to be the biggest thing, which is going to be the debate today, tomorrow, and in the times to come, that is AI replacing creativity? And what is going to be impact of all of this AI which is there? And it is already there. You see, some of these deep fakes. You see how things have been created, and you will see what the difference is in the world which is out there. This is a company called Metaphysics. Some of you would be aware of that. The amount of the mind-boggling stuff that they are doing and what they are creating. Have a look at this.
Our company is called Metaphysic, and we use artificial intelligence to create photorealistic AI-generated content.
This is the best act, I believe, of the series so far.
This is how I looked 30 years ago. He can even remove my mustache.
So wake me up when it's all over. Turn around watching, sin, que you're watching, sin. Todo este tiempo tratando de encontrarme yo. Está perdido. I'm gonna show you some magic. Serious breaking news. It's all real.
थोड़ा वो सन्नाटे वाला वीडियो है. Just imagine, so there's all of this resistance about the deep fakes and media articles, but what if Tom Cruise were to sell rights to Tom Cruise forever? So Tom Cruise is in all the movies that you want to see. Amitabh Bachchan never gets old. And maybe after 10 years, okay, I'm glad that you can't see what's written here. It says time's up. Okay, so Amitabh Bachchan can be there forever, and 10 saal ke baad, after 10 years, why do we need any of these stars? The stars are the ones that the AI companies will create. So like a perfect looking individual. They've also cracked the algorithm of social media and Instagram, so they exactly know what he should be saying, he or she, saying or writing, so that they are getting the maximum number of followers. The generation of today is largely very happy living in the virtual world. So really they don't care whether this person exists or not, as long as there is entertainment out there. Why do you think games are so popular? Today the gaming industry is bigger than entire communication, entertainment, film, music, everything combined. Because it's that ability to create something which is really extraordinary out there. So the world of entertainment and media, that's going to completely change with this technology coming in. And all it needs is like acceptabilities and laws and regulations around it. But that's what the reality is. So creativity, I think, is one area which is going to be affected the most, since you are all creative professionals in the room. Let's hope that you're not in the 300 million who are going to lose their jobs, or if many of you are retired like Ravi Mokashi here, sir, you are great. So all of you please start calculating when you are retiring. It's a nice feeling when you are really at that age, so you don't have to deal with this. But really, let's also bring another context, which I think is very relevant for us to really see the whole context of India, where it kind of stands in all of this. And I mean, this is something incredible which is really happening. 25% of the incremental global workforce is going to come from India, youngest nation in the world. So our dependency ratio is amongst the lowest. There are about 69 people to take care of the 31 people who need because of the age. The data rate are amongst the lowest. And it is really a digital first country. The thought and the mindset, and when I go and speak to my other colleagues in other parts of the world, what I realize is that the resistance to acceptance of technology is much more in many more advanced countries of the world. Our ecosystem is really wired to be a digital first economy. 14.5 trillion is the amount of transaction which is going to happen on UPI in 2030. And it just moved seamlessly. There was no large change management exercise done. It is like from the sabji wala to any shop that you have. It has just kind of moved seamlessly. The whole image of India has transformed from what we were. Somebody asked me today, what is a cyber coolie? And I'm sure that you've heard of this term before, because that's what all our call centers that were set up at that time, that was the name given, that these are all cyber coolies and really doing the menial part in the IT value chain or the systems value chain. But it is completely changed now. I mean, you know the list of CEOs that we have around the world. So in some ways, I mean, as Indians, it just gives you that confidence and the hope that this is really going to be the superpower that everybody is going to be aspiring to be. And we've got everything right from population to technology to the thought that we have of going ahead, a young, confident Indian nation. And we really have to be incredibly stupid or artificially intelligent to completely mess it up, and we are not going to go there. So I think in the context of whatever gets discussed, the context of India becomes extremely relevant as well. That pretty much to me was the emerging reality, but there you go. Very quickly, just the next 100 seconds, taking you through all what we have seen and all the interesting stuff that's going to be happening in the world. The reality of what's happening out there, and I was speaking to Nikhil, who's going to speak later, about this wonderful smart city they are building in Saudi, and how this is really kind of going to transform the way we look at cities, how artificial intelligence is used in irrigation in India already. And this is really what is happening. So just a sneak preview of what's really out there. I really like the attention span monitor. I wish we had one today. How does, when you look at all of this, how does it make you feel? Real question. It's not rhetorical. But I know it's kind of, in some ways, scary. Because this was really the imagination of yesterday when you used to watch these sci-fi movies and this is all what's going to happen and, the transponders being used and things of that nature. But that really was the imagination of yesterday is really the reality of today. And therefore the imagination of today becomes the reality for tomorrow. And technology is really going to compress that bridge and everything is going to be moving at a much faster pace. That is why we need what's next. That is why we need you. That is why we need every single voice in the room. A voice that believes in it or a voice of dissent. Both are equally important as we kind of navigate the entire world and our world through a very difficult and changing times. And if therefore we don't navigate at the same speed, I don't know where we would be. When you look at something like this, it's just the sheer scale, speed, that is very confounding and that kind of really in some ways confuses you and makes you feel a little insecure as well. That where is the world? I mean, the thing around empathy, the things around kindness, simplicity. I mean, where is all that gone? And your definition of simplicity may be different, but I think at somewhere, all of us really crave for that. While technology is great, but there is that whole romance of a student-teacher interaction, of a mentor-mentee interaction, which really brings what education is all about. So is it going to be fundamentally so different? Is the world of creativity going to be so different that you can't really enjoy a musical session because you really don't know which AI engine really powered that? But I really believe that, that's my belief and also that of Pearl, is that amongst all of it, amongst all the things that we are talking about, technology, what really is going to be the most important thing is our connect as real people, humanity, how we bring it all together. And therefore, in some ways, on one hand, while it becomes our responsibility as a leading design institution to have this conversation, but also on the other hand, focus everybody's attention on humanity as well. I'm going to be playing a short video of something that we did in the last few years. I'm incredibly proud of it, that we never forgot what the fundamental purpose of education was. That is about transforming lives, not only of our students, but of the entire community that we are a part of. So here's a small tribute to Pearl and the initiative that they had.
कोई भी इंसान क्राइम अपनी मर्जी से नहीं करता है। फीमेल की एक कमजोरी होती है कि वो अपने घर से अटैच्ड होती है, और जिस दिन फीमेल जेल के अंदर आती है तो उसको बहुत अंडर डिप्रेशन होती है। उसको ये लगता है कि अब मुझे समाज में कैसे मुंह दिखाऊंगी जाके, मुझे ना मेरी फैमिली एक्सेप्ट करेगी, ना मुझे मेरा समाज एक्सेप्ट करेगा, तो मेरा तो मर जाना ही ठीक है।
I have heard a praise that can break young and old hearts, where all hopes can be lost. You count the days, but you still see a long journey to go.
The project started in 2017 with an idea that they will learn something in the jail and it will help them in their rehabilitation.
My अटके हुए स्टूडेंट्स हैं, कुछ बहुत परेशान होते हैं, वो यहाँ आकर बहुत रिलीफ फील करते हैं और जब काम करते हैं तो वो सब कुछ भूल जाते हैं। इनमेट्स का अंदर भी बहुत कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स चलते हैं, वो जब यहाँ आ जाते हैं या वो जो कुछ चीज़ सीखना चाहते हैं उसको सीखते हैं तो उनका बहुत रिलीफ उनको मिलता है। और मैंने देखा है कि बहुत लोगों की लाइफ भी इससे चेंज हुई है, बहुत चेंज हुई है।
बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट थे जो हमारे आने से पहले ही वहीं पर खड़े रहते थे, बोले आप गेट खोलोगे तभी मतलब हम लोग यही वेट करते हैं कि कब आप गेट खोलो और कब हम अंदर जाएं। मैंने यहाँ पर पर्दे पे डिज़ाइन किया, ड्रेसेस बनाई है और टेबल कवर वगैरह ये सारी चीज़ें बनी।
वो अपने आप में इतने सक्षम हो कि जब वो यहाँ से जाए तो वो किसी के भी ऊपर डिपेंडेंट ना हो। तो जेल का मतलब एक अंधेरा या अंधकार नहीं है। आजकल जेल में भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें इंसान को रिफॉर्म करने के लिए की जा रही है।
मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं अपना कोई डिज़ाइनर स्टोर या फिर बुटीक खोलूँ।
जितना कुछ यहाँ सीखा है ना, आगे सिखाने की इच्छा जरूर है कि आने वाला जो भी पीढ़ी हो या जो भी कल्चर हमारा है, जो हम यहाँ सीख रहे हैं या देख रहे हैं, वो हम आगे सिखा सकें, उस चीज़ को कहीं दबने ना दें।
When they are making a new dress and someone looks at them and buys it, you're telling them you're worth something.
I think for me and for us, I think humanity is the only reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehra, for that really interesting and insightful session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our first session of the day and dive deeper into the world of pixels and passion, crafting aesthetics in digital realms. Pixels and passion at its core explores the pleasant interplay between visual aesthetics, user interfaces, and the profound user experiences they evoke. It's a journey that exceeds the boundaries of conventional design and delves into the depths of digital expression. And to shed light on crafting aesthetics in digital realm, I would like to invite on stage a thought leader and an industry evangelist prominently featured in all the major content markets and events across the globe for over 22 years. He's been recognized by the government and industry as a mentor and visionary and has helped build global recognition for the Indian AVGC industry. He actively campaigns the cause of greater diversity and CSR in the creative arts sector. Please welcome on stage Biren Ghosh, Managing Director, Asia Pacific Country Head and Global XCOM member, Technicolor Creative Studios, for a keynote address.
Good evening. Can I please have the clicker? There we go. Delighted to be here, and thank you very much, Pearl Academy, for this opportunity to share what we do in the creative technologies sector that has put India very much front and center across the globe. What's next? I believe that what's next is a journey of change, a hard and deliberate change, where innovators are prepared to do what it takes to change, and rather than dreaming of what's next, nothing is as painful as being stuck somewhere where you don't belong and wondering what's next. So I think this forum is really going to explore and explode some of those contexts. Let me take you on a journey for the next 15 or 20 minutes on how crafting aesthetics in the digital realm is a process of discovering what comes in the next normal. For those who don't know me, I represent a group of collective artists, technicians, developers, creatives, and you will see their work on the screen. It's very difficult to describe this in words. We call ourselves Technicolor Creative Studios, and I'm one of the leadership team reinventing the future of digital imagery in the next verse. I came into this industry about halfway through my career, and I've been here for about 2 decades. And in that time, all we've done is figure out better ways to manipulate pixels. As a reward for my company's successes, I'm often put in the position of being a clairvoyant or a fortune teller. And let me start with my disclaimer. I come here with no crystal ball, but rather the evidence of having created what's next repeatedly for many decades. My motto is that the best way to invent the future, or the best way to predict the future, is to create it. And I hope that you will see from these examples that many of the things that the previous videos talked about that are coming in the future have been done by us for more than 10 years. And I think that's really where the challenge of ideas, the challenge of a story, takes you on an evolutionary journey where stories don't change, we don't change, the packaging and the surround changes. So 1932, the company was involved in a Robin Hood. And 25 or 30 years later, another Robin Hood. And 15 years back, another Robin Hood. And I bet you in the next 10 years, there'll be another Robin Hood. What has changed? The presentation, the mounting of that story in the whatever verse of today. That's what's next. So, we are a 108-year-old startup. And why I call ourselves a startup is for this reason, that I've been here for about 14 years, 3 months, 20 odd days. And during that time, 60% of the businesses that gave us revenue when I joined this company no longer exist in the portfolio of Technicolor. That's why I call ourselves a startup. And what we are today is primarily animation, visual effects, games. That's it. We do this for the whole world, and we do this with Indian talent that complements the talent in 10 other locations in the globe. When I came here, we were a small studio of 300, 400 people. I have a colleague in the room from those days. And at our peak in the beginning of last year, we were about 7,300 people and went from being less than 1% of the globe to about 60 or 70% of the talent that this company has now resides in India. That is the India growth story. That is what I want to share with you, no matter where you apply imagery, no matter where you apply creative technologies. So it started in our time when movies didn't even have sound, and some of you might know that Technicolor brought color to the screen. And that's been a long journey from then onwards. And I think what is this fantastic combination that makes us who we are across our entire sector is that we are a combination of artists and thinkers and innovators and perfectionists and designers. The idea of manipulating a pixel is a very compelling one, and it's a never-ending one, as you will probably see during this presentation. And how is it that every frame that we create, you've all seen movies, you've all seen the games that come out, you've all seen every single frame that we create has more than 14 different skill sets, has more than 14 different technologies that go into every single frame. So what exactly is it that has happened that enables this now? I will call it creative assembly. It's the creative assembly in a simpler, faster, better, bolder way that makes it what it is. And you're going to see examples of that as we proceed. So how do we do this? You saw on one of the previous videos that there was a girl with 2 controllers and a VR set of glasses, and they talked about that being the future. Forget it. 8 years back, This is how we made Lion King. That's John Favreau, that's our visual effects supervisor, that's the folks that were in a room. We had 2 controllers. At Technicolor, we created a space, a room in which the entire movie was first set in VR, so that there would be no wastage when you actually went to produce the movie. The movie was produced before the movie was produced. And that's really the advantage that you have with the creative technologies of today, where basically innovation comes from the dexterity in manipulating pixels in ways that could never ever have been imagined before. And virtual reality here was merely a tool. It will change when glasses change, and I think at the recent GAFX exhibition, some of you were there, you saw Gio actually showed you a pair of glasses, and many people are in that same race to what is going to happen in the future. So the camera technologies are going to be replaced with things that are behind, in front of, inside, and even without a camera. I think the earlier session talked about the fact that jobs would be replaced, and here's my proposition to all of you. When we were involved in making, I was not there, Lion King a long time ago, it was 2D, all of you loved the way it was the most classic and iconic movie of its time, adjusted for inflation, perhaps even now one of the top grossing movies of all time. And then we had this challenge of making it anew with all of the digital technology that was there 7 or 8 years ago. We probably made about 350 movies after that, so I'm just giving you an example that is not the latest, and I'll come back to where we are today. But what happened was that when you had a couple of hundred people that made the old movie, you have more than that number that made the newer one. Plus, you had a lot of people there who made the tools and technologies for the new one. And you had a lot of people who were providing us cloud and services and infrastructure. The number of people that worked on that Lion King compared to that Lion King was infinitely larger than that. And when you come into new technologies and you talk about how the 2D artists got replaced, yes, they were replaced by many, many more artists and technicians. And I think we need to understand the big picture of what technology actually does and how it works and the stuff behind it. And if anyone followed Satya Nadella in the last 1 week, talking at 3 locations in India, you will understand the vision for what AI could be, rather than listen to people that petition studios as to how they should be protected against AI, which is a horse that's left the stable already. So let me tell you a little bit. How many of you are technology folks in the room? Excellent. So you're going to really be super impressed with me. I know nothing about technology, by the way. But all I know is that with technology, I could create for Lion King a virtual Serengeti. We used 240,000 photographs, that's 10 terabytes of data, with which we did nothing. We just put them up in the room in order to understand what immersion looked like, how we should create the scenario. And we created about 7,000 videos, that's 11.7 terabytes, which were captured just to make sure that we had the authenticity of Serengeti when we made a movie virtually. It's the highest ever photogrammetry ever shot at 17,000 feet from a helicopter at minus 10 degrees in order to get Mount Kenya right. So there's a rigor that goes into doing something which is manipulating pixels with perfection. We built 66 sets covering 150 square kilometers in computer graphics. By the way, that's bigger than Bangladesh. And that was all done inside the studio. For those of you who follow soccer, it's the equivalent of 280,000 soccer fields, but I won't get there. Grass, foliage, the scenery that you see. We had a library of 921 assets. We had 25 unique trees. We had 49 sequences. I think you get the picture. You get the picture that when you want to create something without a camera, it's infinitely more complex than if you had to shoot it with the camera. But there is a reason to do that. And the reason to do that is to be amazing. So for that particular project, we created a tool. If you see the lion sitting on Pride Rock and his mane flying in the wind, we created this tool called FUR, fertility, in order to make sure that the hair and the mane of the lion would be really, really authentic and lifelike. Okay? So over the course of this, we had 1,250 artists that worked across our studios in 2 locations, ultimately delivering these 1,500 shots. I'm trying to give you the scale of what happens in computer imagery at the level of, and I'm going to do this across 7 different segments that we work on, in order for you to understand, what goes behind it is so wonderful and so amazing, and is designed to perfection. So moving on, we've done this for the last 2 Harry Potters, the last 2 James Bond, the last 2 Pirates of the Caribbean, tell me when to stop. And we do 30 movies, 20 movies a year and 30 TV series. Anyone seen House of Dragons last year? Okay, some of you, that's especially the younger ones. That was on the television side, really amazing. You now see that dragon in Times Square, you see it in Tokyo, you see it in Piccadilly Circus, coming out of a billboard at you, or appearing to come out of a billboard at you. And this year, we've got, and I'll come to that, 5 out of the 20 movies shortlisted for the awards coming out this week have been produced by our team, at Technicolor's MPC. There was a talk about digital humans. And they talked about, I think it was talked in the last session, that what's next will be digital humans. So let me go back a long, long time ago. Any of you remember Paul Walker from Fast and Furious? Yes? Everybody. Paul Walker passed away when 30% of Fast and Furious was done. And at 70% of the movie, we had to create Paul Walker. Thereafter, 5 years later, where there was a face-off between Schwarzenegger in Terminator Genesis, where the young Schwarzenegger had to fight the old Schwarzenegger. And by the way, there wasn't a young Schwarzenegger, so that was a digital human that we created. How many of you saw Jungle Book? One boy and many animals. For 30% of that movie, there was no real boy either, because it was really dangerous for him to go into a landslide and jump on a thing and fall off a cliff. And Disney only had one boy. Right? So basically, digital humans are not that new in the world in which we operate. I have been fortunate with my colleagues in the industry to get a grant of 48 crores from the government of Karnataka. And we put in a photogrammetry unit with 200 cameras. And we put a Vicon unit for motion capture. Many of India's top stars, many of the movies that you've seen in India have been made creating digital humans in Bangalore at Whitefield. So if you ever wanted to perpetuate yourself, like was referred to that Amitabh should do, and you're younger than him, I think it's a great idea for you to go and figure out how to create that avatar of yourself. It might cost you a bit of money. Okay, I want to talk about some of the stuff that was shown to us about climate change and the scary future. And I can tell you that the best way, there are 2 ways that you can actually make sure people create change. One is to make the kind of cigarette ads that you see in a movie hall today, where after you see it, and if you're a smoker, you want to run away and smoke. So that's not going to do anything for you. The other way to do it is to make something really important and really heartwarming that can make you believe that there's a reason to change, right? And I'm going to show you that in the end. It wasn't my plan, but I messaged Shrishti at the back of the room to download that particular thing, because it talks about influencers and social change and how to message. So hopefully we'll show you that video at the end of the story. And a trailer came out day before yesterday, a movie called Poacher with Alia Bhatt. It's a movie about how man and animal, the face-off is going to ruin our planet, and how to make that change. This is the power of social media. It was uploaded last night. I woke up this morning, it was 4 million views. I just checked before coming on stage, it's 14 million views. That's how you take a message out. You do not do that by making a cigarette ad where you show someone's cancerous insides and big packets and stuff like that, because that is not the communication that will actually hit the head and the heart. So I just wanted to make that point since we were on that subject. So to continue to impress those of you in the room, we write 300 terabytes of data every day. 300 terabytes of data every day. We actually have a 60 petabyte storage. Anyone understands what Google's total storage in the world is? I think it could be somewhere like, 800 terabytes. I'm guessing, I have no idea. There's a Google person sitting next to me in the room. Maybe he'll give me the answer. But one company, when you manage heavy imagery, needs 5 to 7% of what a world leader in storage has to provide. And that's how heavy this infrastructure is, and that's how complex this role is when we need to create the imagery that you're seeing on the screen. And that's just us, one company. We get about 5,000 queries a second, sometimes up to 12,000. And, we need to make sure that everything happens in real time between Hollywood, here, London, and so on and so forth. So yes, it's a huge technology infrastructure that's involved in it. I want to switch tracks a little bit and talk about the new age technologies, particularly interactive technologies. Most of you in this room will not know that the heaviest and the most active computer held by a consumer for the last 15 years, and this is the conversation I had with Satya when he took over and came to Mumbai after becoming CEO. The most high-powered computer in the world has always been a game console. The computing power of a game console in your hand is so powerful because you have to, in fact, get everything done in real time. You can choose to go right, you can choose to go left. If I download a heavy file between you and me right now for 1 minute video, you know how difficult that is. So to make sure that you create images in real time, that is what the present and the future is all about, right? And this is where I think graphics and animation play a huge role in the video game story. As was correctly said before, there were 450 million gamers in India before COVID. There are 650 million now. This industry of animation, games, and visual effects, when I started and came into this industry in the year 2000, halfway into my career, it was about 2% of India's median entertainment business. Today, it is about 24%. It grows at about 3 times the rate of the film industry and about twice the rate of the TV industry and so on. And therefore, it is actually something that the market is deciding is the future of where to go. And that's why that quirky phrase that I was introduced with, it became policy formulation. We couldn't say animation, visual effects, games, comics, blah, blah, blah. So that's how AVGC came. If you say AVGC to your friends, neighbors, or anyone in the world, they have no idea what it is. So, but in India, that is the trending industry, like the IT industry was, many years ago. And this method of real-time computing of images is what helps us to explore technology, to tweak, integrate, drive, transform everything, from the stack that actually still tells the stories that should hit you in the head and the heart. Just so you know, we've done FIFA in India in our studio in Whitefield for the last 16 years. That's the AAA one, not the mobile one. And we've done everything from Grand Theft Auto to Call of Duty to Hogwarts Legacy to Assassin's Creed. Every big game in the world has been art animated. And the only place in the world that Technicolor does imagery for games is in Bangalore. So can you please give a big hand to the artists? Yeah. Okay, so new worlds, new stories. Let's start with the dream from the last 20 years or so. What are we going to do when we want to think beyond the screen? I would like to, at this stage, play the experience reel, if we can have the lights down, and give you collage, little snapshots, because today the world is not about just telling a story in the classic linear fashion, but creating experiences around young people, right? And so I'll give you a little glimpse of all the stuff that we do that is experiential. So can we have the lights down and the reel, please? It's 1.4 minutes. Most of it is computer generated. So that's the mill. It's our short film brand. We create approximately 3,000 pieces of work for the world's biggest brands. And whether it was the launch of Meta in Zuckerberg's house where he stands there and then there's a world created around him, or whether it's everything that you saw for Apple in the last year or two and made me buy something. It's kind of all done in very closed rooms that are all substantially here in the country. And this is a partial list of what we do, but for us, we win more awards at the Cannes Golds, we win the Oscars, we win the VES, but I think in short film, it gives the artists a chance to work on many different things. You see Bud Light there, it was one of the biggest commercials at the Super Bowl last Sunday. So that's really the information that we get, because these brands spend millions of dollars trying to understand the audiences and how that world is changing today, and then they come to us to tell a story to them. So we have this benefit of getting hundreds of millions of dollars of research that actually come into our campus in order for us to be able to craft that next experience. And that's no matter whether it is NEOM that was shown earlier from Saudi Arabia, which is a location, or whether it's a theme park, or whether it's a cruise ship, or whether it's a ride. Basically, this is imaging, right? That goes everywhere. So just wanted to tell you that you saw a very simple imitation of Elvis Presley earlier. But how many of you in this room have heard of the Sphere in Las Vegas? A lot of you. The Sphere in Las Vegas is a very interesting story. It's a big dome. It's about 366 feet high. It's 500 feet wide. It features 580,000 square feet. Please mark my words. 580,000 square feet of LED screens. 580,000 square feet of LED screens, in the middle of which about 18,600 people sit to watch a show. You're in a building that's like, as high as the JW Marriott, and you have, in the middle of that, you have 18,600 people, and the resolution around you is 16 by 16, is 16K by 16K. So, for that opening with the U2 concert and Bono, and that show will finish this week, I think, and we're doing the next two, every single bit of imagery was created by us. And that was actually the imagery around Elvis, right? So that was, yeah, thank you. It's the good news for you, and I must make a confession, I didn't work on even one pixel of it. I actually managed to do nothing. I just come and speak at various places, and when I'm away from the studio, the productivity goes up. That's my contribution to it. So, yeah, we studied about, I think, 800 video clips of Elvis's films, and we helped to then construct this visual experience, and it's very challenging, but fantastic to stitch this whole thing together and make that another challenge for the team. So, I'll just play a bit of it. I think we're kind of running out of time. But it's massive. It's just absolutely massive. And I don't know if you can see it on a flat screen, because it's meant to be sitting in the middle and this happening around you. So I'll request Pearl Academy to arrange a delegation of students and people in the room to go to the Sphere in Las Vegas for the next What's Next. Okay, moving on. So there was talk about AI. I think we heard some comments, in the opening session. And of course, there are many, many different views and theories about it. But I think resisting AI is like, the time when the internet came and there was such a great worry that, oh my God, this is going to change everything. It's going to dehumanize us, and so on and so forth. And I think the same applies here to AI. Some of you would have read in the last 5 days, there's been a consortium of the world's biggest companies that have come together to create the guardrails around it. But the beautiful thing for us designers is that 70% of all AI apps that have been created till date are about images. And so therefore, it's really important for us to recognize that this is something that has been created by us and for us, and we need to figure it out. I'd like to show you something. We've been using generative AI stuff for a long time, as I said earlier. In fact, one of the best things that we ever did was a movie called Blade Runner 2049. I don't know if anyone has seen it. You've seen it, right? I don't know if you knew that when you watched, all of you who watched that movie, I saw lots of hands up. I don't know if you know that Rachel is not real from the neck up. They couldn't find a match for Rachel. So basically, we didn't do any of the visual effects in the movie. All we did was Rachel head up. That's all we did. And if you go online to MPC's Making of Rachel, you will see the detail that how we had to map the old Rachel, much older, and then actually make sure that everything came in. Because one of the things is if we create a digital human from you, one of the things that will give it away is that there's a rate at which your eye blinks depending on your emotion. And there are many of these other facets that you have to really study in order to create the digital you. So I think that's the kind of insight that we learn, when we go into that kind of detail. Here's an ad from MasterCard. I'll play it now. This shows Messi as a young guy and then today.
The world has changed, and life has changed. So we ask, what's priceless to you?
This is de-aging through AI.
Me preguntaba, ¿encontraré mi lugar? ¿Le gustará como juego? ¿Extrañaré lo que dejé atrás? Pero si hay algo que aprendí, es que mientras hagas lo que amas, las cosas que no tienen precio te siguen a todas partes.
Amo el fútbol.
Yo también.
MasterCard, proud sponsors of UEFA Champions League. Proud sponsors of what's priceless to you.
So that's it. I think this is the opportunity where you can actually use AI in order to, map what you have from history, from photographs. My favorite work from last year was Apple TV and BBC did something called Prehistoric Planets. We've done 2 seasons with the voice of Sir David Attenborough. And we have created a world 66 million years ago, right? All those creatures, etc. Now that's what it allows you to do. And I think you can look at the future and you can look at the past. And I think it was very well said by Sharad in the opening talk that a lot of things that become reality today, drones and stuff like that, they come from movies and stories that we told for many, many years. So the way I see it is that, AI really is an enabler. It's not a competition to what we're doing. I think there are 3 things that pivot around every CEO, every organization, and that was part of the PwC study with 4,000 CEOs 3 weeks back. And it talks about reallocation, it talks about reinvention, and it talks about financial performance. And I think that's the triangle in which every organization, every business is kind of trying to figure out its space. And the only way they can do that is using imagery. We would not have been able to deliver or discover or create the vaccines in India during COVID if the quality of our imagery, inspired by what we did for storytelling before, was not available at that moment to examine the kind of virus that it did. So my colleague next to me from FinTech, EdTech, Pearl Academy, anything that you think about, you will have to use the power of storytelling and communication through imagery, and there's going to be a huge role that AI can play with it to make it ubiquitous. So there's this thing called CNN, as most of you technology guys in the room know, which is convolutional neural networks, right? And that's really what makes AI enhance image quality. It makes it reduce noise in the visual sense, optimize exposure, sharpen details, adjust colors. All of this is happening. Even those of you who use simple Instagram filters will know what I'm talking about at a basic level, but at the professional level or the enterprise level, that's just mind-blowing and staggering. And all these layers, which we call kernels, they detect imperfections, they detect edges, they detect textures, they detect all the ways by which things can happen. Now you can develop an image, but AI can only play with the data that it has. So colors that you want in people prefer in Madagascar are different from Mississippi and are different from Chennai, right? I mean, so that's how I think that's where the human interface has to come in and to make it happen. So in the old days, there were words that we played with. Today, I think my belief is that you actually create something from what you have, not from something that you don't have. So if anyone asks the question, what's next? It is that you go to the supermarket and you buy these ingredients, and then you come home to your kitchen, and then you cook something that you need because you want it as a dessert or a main course or a health thing or whatever. And the analogy is that you will be playing with whatever is here with you. When I came into this industry, there were different words at that time, right? There was Maya and Photoshop and Houdini and that kind of stuff. Those words change. Why? Because they represent the stuff that is available in the supermarket. And then you come there and you make what's next happen. And you go to SIGGRAPH, or you come to GAFX, or you come to What's Next, and you sit there around tables and you get asked questions and you meet each other, and then you figure out the recipe that they are making and figure out if you want to make that the same way. Every 100 kilometers in this country, the same yellow dal made from tuar is different, right? So the recipe changes no matter where you go. I'm going to play you a show reel so that you understand what India does every day just down the road in Whitefield, okay? And this is from a recent collection of all the stuff that we do in games, animation, visual effects. I'm going to be closing in 5 minutes because it says time's up, very nicely written with an apostrophe. A big hand for those artists, please. Everyone, a fantastic job. So it's amazing. I told you about the 5 shortlisted movies for the Academy Awards, the Oscars this year, and you saw parts of that. It was The Little Mermaid, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. It was Transformers, The Rise of the Beast, Dungeons and Dragons. And on the Micros animation side, we're up for the VES for the Ninja Turtles movie. So you saw there, and yes, it was true, we do produce Mickey and Minnie every other day. We also do produce Madagascar and Kung Fu Panda and SpongeBob and everything else that you can think of. So when next time you look at a screen, think Make in India for the world, because that's what we do. It's a great moment of pride when we win an award, we bring that to Bangalore, we actually create a backdrop, and every single artist that works on the show gets a personal picture with the award. And I think for people between 23 and 35 years old, for them to be standing next to those awards here in India, which was only a dream about 10 years ago, is fantastic. And how did that happen? My designation was misrepresented to you. I'm actually a dean, because you cannot find talent that can come in and do that work from off the bat. We have created in the last year, for example, 72 internal academies across 30 different courses to create fur and hair and groom and assets and modeling and texturing and so on and so forth, compositing, advanced lighting. And all of that happens at a huge cost because we employ people around the world who devise the curriculum and the content for that is proprietary to us. And because even the tools we work on within our studio, so we have to bring people in, and we only take a batch of 20, and usually we have a 90% graduation rate. So the good news is that while I told you we have 5,000 to 7,000 people working in the studio at any time, the bad and the not so good news for us, but great for them, is that 11,000 people, world class, that we made have been trained and gone into the world and produced the best movies everywhere else. So I always tell myself, I think I'm a dean, and we actually are a learning institution, right? And we want to work with people like Pearl Academy. We want to work to spread this knowledge, because it's a lonely journey to do this alone. And we'd love to work with as many learning institutions, because the future of all kinds of imagery is going to inform the next generation of people. And to the question that Sharad asked, my simple answer is, if you want to teach people what to do, because we don't know what to tell them, teach them to learn how to change. I'll end here by showing you a video that I created with 7 Grammy Award winners. Ricky Kedge, anyone heard of Ricky Kedge in Bangalore? Okay, so he's behind this together with the drummer from the Police team, Copeland. We made a video for UNICEF. We put a ton of money. It's not commercial. It went viral. We took it to the Dubai Opera House, and in the first 3 weeks, it's got 15 million views, because everyone on that is a Grammy Award winner, including last week, Shankar Mahadevan, so he's on it too, right? And so can we just play that, because it talks about 3 very important things on social change. And thank you very much for having given me the honor to speak to you and share the success of our team and what we can do together with the power of imagery. So I'll end with live song, and thank you very much.
The dawn is almost here, and it will surely light the way. For the whispers on the wind, they have promised better days. रंग दो इस जहां को एक नए रंग में, जियो जिंदगी को नई उमंग में. From the spark comes a fire, through the dark it casts a glow. A beacon to inspire and call the world to follow. बदलेंगे हम सभी, बदलेगी ये दुनिया सारी. ख्वाब देखे थे जो पूरे होंगे अब सभी. इस जहां को एक नए रंग में, जियो जिंदगी को नई उमंग में. Let us celebrate all of life. Yeah, let's lead the way. Till the whole world sings along, we must be the change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an informative session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to elaborate further on the evolving field of UI/UX design, the importance of user-centered design, and how it shapes technology adoption, may I please invite on stage an innovator, a designer, creative director, and design strategist who is working with multiple global brands and institutions using designerly tools to architect knowledge systems. He's also dealing with storytelling in multiple media, space and technologies, from high-tech interactive installations to low-tech mise-en-scène. He's also a regular speaker at international conferences and events like Pecha Kucha Tokyo, WDO, and invited as a professor in multiple institutions. Please put your hands together for Alok B. Nandi, designer and creative director, to deliver the keynote address.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yep. Audio. Great. Thanks for having me here. Let's check this one. Yep. So how are you doing? How are you doing? Good, good. I guess your eyes are full of images. And I would ask you to think about 3 things for the last 2 hours. Think about the sabjiwala. As designers, do we think enough about the sabjiwala? Question number 1. Question number 2. We had number of presentations and visuals about what is happening on the planet. And Sharad, you mentioned that we have so many CEOs there. You understand when I mean there. Silicon Valley wala. What is happening for India, in India, with Indians, which has an Indian tonality, is a second question I have for this crowd. Number 3, when we produce cultural artifacts, which one are Indians? Which one are non-Indians? Which one are maybe at the crossroads? So let's go into all this. We had pixels and passion as a topic for this evening. How are the pixels in your brain doing? Are they buried? Are they still there? What is a pixel? Biren, you showed us tons, billions of pixels, and it's fascinating to see how happy you are in selling the pixels. May I call you the pixel pusher? And you did a fantastic job, and it's great to see that all those pixels are being shaped, many here in Bangalore. As designer, I know that there are many technologies in the room, there are many designers in the room. As designer, what are the questions that we want to put on the table in order to make those pixels meaningful for multiple audiences? That's another question that I would like to put on the... So, William Gibson, we have been talking a lot about storytelling. William Gibson is a science fiction writer. And I use often this quote, "The future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed." And I'll come back to this notion of distribution, because we talked about AI, we talked about internet. What was fascinating about internet in the mid-90s was that it was a distributed network. What happened with internet in the early 2000s is that this notion of distribution has been partly erased. And we can come back on that. Now, my position here is, in a way, to bring you a number of reflections for you during this World Cafe format, which will happen after this. You are in a position to be critical about the systems that we are designing. Is that okay for all of you? critical about what we are shaping is a fundamental dimension that educators, learners, students are to work on. And that is what I'll try to explore in this part of the conversation. One important question I was asking to myself is pixels and passion. Pixels, we have been seeing many pixels. My approach here would be what is happening behind the pixel. Lots of technology, lots of process, and we'll try to go into that. Because you as change makers, you are there to shape the what's next by trying to understand what are the dynamics of passion that your students, your learners, your colleagues are bringing into the room. Does that question make any sense? Yep. I know one of the challenges in all these setups is a paradox, and we'll be talking about many paradoxes. Half of you are thirsty, half of you are getting hungry, half of you are getting the brain completely dry, because we have been into this one-to-many for quite long. And remember, Sharad mentioned that the attention span was 1.3 seconds. And here for 1,300,000,000 seconds, you are sitting listening to us. And some of you are telling, gosh, what are we doing here? And so I'll try to, anyone who's getting frustrated, who's getting angry, stand up, shout, scream. Otherwise, we won't get into dialogic mode. Because the magic of World Cafe is dialogic mode, conversational. And Sharad, you mentioned MP Ranjan. Many of you in this room knew MP. I was with MP Ranjan in 2010 in Copenhagen, where we did a World Cafe. And thereafter, MP came back in India and said, we need to have these dialogic modes. Dialogic space needs to be designed. And thank you, Pearl Academy and the leadership to come with that. And we need to focus and make that more and more. So, World Cafe, Copenhagen, World Cafe, Bangalore. Let's try to make sure that in many sessions we have more and more of this World Cafe. Now, thank you for having mentioned Pechakcha. Who knows Pechakucha, Pechakcha? 1, 2, 3, quite a number of you. Pechakcha means blah blah in Japanese. It's a format where speakers have got only 400 seconds and not 400 minutes. 400 seconds means 6 minutes 40 seconds. And I'll come back to that, because 400 seconds means attention span of a story by a storyteller, and then we can have conversations. So maybe for the next World Cafe, we might think of a combination of Pechakcha and World Cafe. Speaker would be allowed only to have 400 seconds, and then we could have activities which are more dialogic. And that is a design question. How do we make storytellers inclusive? How do we make stories collective is a complex question. And we need to rethink how we design all these spaces. Everybody knows this? This is very Frenchy. Huh? I'm a Francophone. I think there are 2 French speakers in the room, Thomas and myself. I'm based in Brussels, Belgium. I work a lot in France. I happen to be of Indian origin, and I happen to be very foreign everywhere. When I come to India, they say, who's that guy? Half of them think I'm a Gora. When I go to Europe, they say, who's that guy? I'm too brown. And so forth, so forth. So what I'm trying to say here is, as a foreigner everywhere, it's a design attitude that allows to reflect and think about system and provoke. And I'll be the foreigner in the room. Though I speak some Hindi, I can speak Bangla. And what is a World Cafe? In Bengal, a world cafe is adda. Do we have bongs in the room? Yeah. I'm a bong, Bengali. Born in Congo, Kong. I'm a bong Kong. How many bong Kong do we have on the planet? 3. My brother, my sister, and me. Isn't that a fascinating learning? So as a bong Kong, I'm an outsider everywhere. And I'll try to bring you some views of beyond déjà vu. Déjà means in French already, vu means seen. And as designer, we need to try to go beyond déjà vu. Remember what I was telling some of our questions? Are all the images that we see on screens beyond déjà vu as designers? What I'm trying to say, technologists, designers, creatives, we are there to shape what's next. If we reproduce the regular dal with the same recipe, we get fatigue. A fatigue which is so boring. As creative communities, how can we go beyond boring stuff? Because we are Pearl Academy, whatever, design schools, we are there to make sure that we design students by designing education systems. And Surya tomorrow will talk about education systems in the closing session. We need to rethink education and go beyond déjà vu. And I hope that in the World Cafe conversations you'll have, keep at least this. Very Frenchy, but objective. You guys have 1 hour to try to go beyond déjà vu. Very briefly, by now you know that I'm based in Brussels, Europe. I'm a Francophone. I'm born in Congo, you know, a Bangkok. And my parents are from Kolkata. I can do it in Bengali if you want, but many of you will be frustrated. And to continue the journey, how did I come to design? I have an engineering background. So for all the techies in the room, I think I can speak partly your language. That one is IIT. The lower part is IIM. Boring stuff. Sorry, techies. Sorry, managers. I was so bored that I went to study cinema, film studies. And that is how I went into design. Film studies, engineering, and management, and now let me be positive, allowed me to zoom in and zoom out. Rethink systems. So me, the foreigner, in the engineering school, I was called a tourist because I never went to class. In the management school, I was called a tourist because I never went to class. In the film school, I was not called a tourist because, remember what is the chapter we are into this evening? Pixels and passion. Biren, you talked a lot about pixels with passion pushing the pixels. I'll try to make sure that we talk about passion, giving a reason why to pixels. Is that okay for all of you? Yep. If my English is too francophone or if you don't understand a word, just raise the hand. I'll try to rephrase. Okay? Good. Everybody knows this? If not, you should. Why? Because it's part of our history here in Asia, in India. Because it's part of our history on the planet. If we know Fellini in Roma, in Italy, if we know Bergman in Sweden, if we know Kurosawa in Tokyo, in Japan, we should know who's Satyajit Ray, or in Bengali, Satyajit Ray. Because he has crafted stuff before the pixels, but he was so sharp that he has crafted things which are beyond pixel thinking. He was going behind the pixel. And one of the insights that I would like you change makers to keep is that our students, our young generations, don't know the history of pixels for the last 30, 40 years. There is a lack of historical knowledge. And Pearl Academy and all the design schools, we need to make sure that we have classes about history of technology, history of design, history of creative technologies, which needs to be enhanced, developed. Because that will bring what? Critical thinking. And I can assure you, as an educator, many of our students lack critical thinking because they don't know the history of stuff at large. If you don't agree, tell it. Talk about it in the World Cafe tables. And let's try to re-question on that dimension. Now, I did this book in 91. 91 we are, 2024. I did this book 33 years ago. I was a complete naive. I went to his place. He opened the door, and I began to speak in Bangla. Bangla with my French accent. Imagine. Shotojit Rai, 1.95 m. Me, 1.70 m. The cliché of the Bengali size, 1.70 m. And we spent 3 hours talking about cinema. I went out of the room, I said, he's going to be 70 years the year after, in 91. I have to do something. And that is the designerly attitude. As designers, we say, let's do. Let's learn by doing. I never did a book. I never contacted all those people. Arthur C. Clarke, Francis Ford Coppola, James Ivory, John Huston, Robbie Ghosh, Sir Denis Foreman, Pauline Kael. So I wrote to 167 people, and I asked them contributions for the 70 years of Satyajit Ray, Shotojit Rai. And I got all this answer, and I made a book out of that. Now, the insights out of that, Menuhin, James Ivory, Adur Gopalakrishnan, Shaji Karun, and why do I show you all these names? Because after some years, I realized that I was working on what I call distributed narrative. I asked to people to share their stories. My job became the job of a narrative architect. My job was to construct a system where many voices, with their multiplicity and their originality, could help to say to the world, who is Shotojit Rai? And because these voices were respected voices in their geographies, Shotojit Rai was a maker which could be shared with empathy from other people with other culture. And that is the design learning that I got out of making this book. And Cannes Festival called me. And they said, we want an exhibition on Shotojit Rai at Cannes Festival. And then I went into real design stuff in a real space with real photography to be put on real walls. And that's how I went into design. And so I'm showing this Scorsese. Have you heard of this AI-generated Scorsese voice calling Satyajit Ray and telling to him how fascinated? You know that, Biren. Everybody, if you don't know, you just Google Scorsese, AI, Shotojit Rai, and you'll see how part of that is fake. Because Shotojit Rai did not have the voice which was in that video. And what we don't talk enough when we talk about digital culture, and I'll step out of pixel, is the audio landscape. Immersive dimensions is built through audio. And many of us don't have the learning curve of understanding the nuance of audio manipulation in order to create story worlds. And we can come back on that and put that also as a question in your World Cafe. I think it's an important one. Because, Biren, the last film you showed was, for me, the only Indian one, because of the soundtrack. And that our students need to work on. So, another quote that I often use, the universe is made of stories, not of atoms. Because we are storytelling animals. And as storytelling animals, we share knowledge, we convey systems, we try to go beyond what exists, we explore what's next. In order to go into what's next, the first thing we do is we craft a piece of story. And what if, and then we can go into the space of possibilities, the space of probabilities, and so forth. So from pixel, I would like all of us to step out of the pixel. Pixel is the tip of the iceberg. Pixel is what we see here. These are a bunch of pixels. Pixels are on a surface. And I would like us to maybe go towards this kind of structure. All of us have seen this. If not, it's kind of our classics in UX UI. If you don't know this, or if all your students do not know this, they must. All the technologists, all the designers, you need to work with this kind of frameworks. Because what I have been talking for 10 minutes now, it's still time's up. Was it your time's up, Biren? I'm sure it's yours. It's not mine. So, yeah, Biren, you want to react? He wants to talk for 10 minutes. No, I'm kidding. But we can go into conversation later if we have time. So what I mean by that is any of us in education, be it technologies, be it humanities, be it information design, be it designers, we need to understand frameworks. And that's an example of a framework. And our job as designers is to craft framework and to ask questions. All the rest will follow. Questions, frameworks, and stories. And then we can go into pixels, we can go into the beautiful film about the prisoner, the ladies in the prison. They have been working on all this, I can assure you, implicitly. We as designers, we have been guiding some of them explicitly. And that tension is what we need to work on to go beyond the 1.3 second attention span. Because that's a frightening figure. And I can assure you that there are young people, learners, who have more than 1.3 second attention span. We have to be careful about statistics. We have to be careful about companies telling we are designing for the next billion users. Who is the next billion users? It's not the next billion users, it's billion users envisioning next what's. You see the nuance I'm trying to push here? As practitioners and educators, we need to make sure that this kind of stuff re-questions our frameworks. This is the human-computer interaction approach. The other one is elements of user experience rephrased. And these are 20 years old, but still valid. Know some of your classics, because you are building the profession. And that is so important. And I can assure you, interviewing some young designers, they don't know that. That means that in the education systems there is a flow. And World Cafe and output of this what's next need to put back all these fundamentals. You are a doctor. Any doctor in the room? No doctor in the room. I think we should bring doctors in the room. I think we should bring food makers in the room. Because they are busy with critical knowledge. Are you ready to eat a dal which has been nourished by some Monsanto stuff and the farmer got suicided? You see the geopolitical question that I'm putting in resonance to what we saw with Sharad's presentation. Sabjiwala. Don't underestimate Sabjiwala thinking. Stop talking about design thinking. Go back to Sabjiwala thinking. They have been managing systems for 10,000 years. And that is what we need to rethink. So frameworks is another fundamental set of stuff that we need to put back on the table. I've been giving some frameworks in other conferences. I see Sonia is here, Surya is here. And I've been talking about the 7S. Scale, scape, stage, scope, shape, speed, and source. And you can find that on the link is on my website. You go on alok90.com, the video link is there. What I mean by that is here we had with Sharad scape. We went down and with the scale of the pixel, Biren gave us a specific set of stories focused to the entertainment industry. We are zooming out here, and I'm pushing you, change makers, to think about other industries. Entertainment wala, shobji wala, medical wali, and so forth. And we need to rethink all this. Prison wali, prison wala, you see? So, and there comes the stage. And we as designers, or we as educators, we need to push the people to rethink about scope and stage. And that will allow to focus on shapes and speeds which has been talked about. And our job is to push our learners to think about what I call the magical sauce. And there's no recipe. And the magical sauce is the one which will make sure that your brain is not brainwashed by AI. It's back to humanity. What is humanity today? Is a question that all of us change makers in the room, we need to deconstruct, reconstruct, unlearn, relearn, learn to unlearn to relearn, and that is one of the fundamental reasons why that I see this what's next so important. So we have been seeing many, many pixels, but I guess many of you know this character. I happen to have been the creative director of the digital part of the publishing company of Tintin. And what was fascinating, this character is 70 plus years old. In French, we call la ligne claire, the clear line. Hergé, who's the author of Tintin, had this human creativity power to extract the line which allows this to become interesting for many audiences. And that is something we need to talk about or to think about. So what I mean by that is we can think about pixels in multiple dimensions. One which was shown by Biren, which is more pixels, more quality, more rendering quality. The other approach or another approach could be less pixels, more density in terms of narrative attractiveness to multiple audiences. And that is a complex question. Because as designers, we have to choose. And that image is showing us how this graphic novelist has chosen and created a story world. And my job at Casterman, the publisher of Tintin, was to transfer story spaces from the page to the screen, from the surface with points to surface with pixels. And do you know where is the meaning coming out of this? What is this? This is a frame. This is a tableau, a set of frames. The cognitive rebuilding of the time space is not happening in each frame. It's happening in the betweenness, in the gutter. And that is the magic of graphic novels and comic books and paper and poster and, by the way, good user interface design. Because UI is about combining a set of rectangles and making sure that each of them are building more knowledge than what is on one frame. That is another learning. It becomes more complex when you have this, the tension between image and text. All of you are busy every day with this. WhatsApp, all your messaging devices are using this metaphor. But they are, if you remember the early days of messaging, they were focusing only on the bubbles. And then they added images, pieces of video. But all the grammar was already there for decades. So these are design questions which are coming back. Technology is reframing and recontextualizing some of these questions. And our job as designer is try to understand what is changing. And here we are dropping into this. What is this? So I showed you Tintin. I showed you very few pixels. And then I'm showing you this. While being at Casterman working on graphic novels and comic books, I said we need to rethink the future of storytelling by exploring other stuff. And the other stuff is, on the left, this is a surveillance camera image. On the right, this is mapping a graphic novel image on the buildings. And then we worked on augmented reality installations where in real time we were replacing the image within the setting. But let me come back to this one. Anyone knows this quote? Technology is the answer, but what was the question? 1966. Today, 2024. Technology is the answer. And we can see that in many, many applications. Pushing technologies, but not thinking enough about the question. And we can go on and on. And these are examples of augmented reality installations where pixel by pixel we crafted how the animation could look into and then build stories and scenarios and stuff like that. And these are some of the provocation which we explored in a set of frameworks that I call transfiction, transportation into fictional spaces. And I'll be here this evening and tomorrow, so I'll speed because time is flying and we are compressed. I can speak for 400 minutes, but I'll try to finish in 4 minutes, okay? So, we need to move from pixel to what I call pixel bang. What is bang? B for bytes, A for atoms, N for neurons, and G for genes. As designers, the bang systems thinking will allow us to reframe some of our approaches, educational questions and stuff like that. I'll skip all this. Pechakcha is 400 seconds, 6 minutes 40. And they give me only 2 minutes to finish. And I'll take 3 minutes. Because any architect in the room? One. Only 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I'll be harsh with the architect. If you give the floor to an architect, he takes all your evening. And Pechakcha was born in Tokyo because they wanted to have 10 designers and architects sharing stories. And compressing time is allowing us to go into multiple stories. So, I said Pechakcha was blah blah. Let's Pechakcha, let's blah blah. And you'll get in few minutes into Pechakcha blah blah mode in your world cafe table. And I'll finish very quickly. Who knows this character? Thomas knows. This person was a 3-star Michelin chef called Paul Bocuse. in Lyon in France. And I happen to be professor there now for 10 years. And I work with chefs, talking with them about design, innovation, what's next into food systems. We have also a hospitality part. What's next in hospitality? So the topic of today was pixels and passion, and I'm in another play field. I'm trying to understand the interrelationships between digital, food systems, and hospitality systems. And that is an approach that we can talk about in the World Cafe and debrief and talk about tomorrow. Cooking is a language through which society unconsciously reveals its structure. Replace the word cooking by designing, and you'll see why it is important to question the visual output of our cultural production. What makes India India cannot be copy and paste images of Hollywood. As designers, we need to be critical. We need to talk about interaction design, immersive design, which has been approached today, but also about innovation design and infrastructure design. What do I mean by innovation design? It's about making interactions between these 9 keywords, and you'll have to work on that later. Projection, point of view, process, fiction, function, form, tempo, tone, and texture. Because 99% of images generated by AI lack tone, texture. They are boring. They are déjà vu. And we as designers, we need to work on that. Infrastructure design is about creating conditions for things to happen. Computational design is about using computation to produce things that others can repurpose and stuff like that. You see, we can go on and on. So we are talking about parkour, journey, process, projection, and so forth. I'll skip that, otherwise you'll get under trauma. And nowadays I'm busy with another play field, which is the intersection zone of food systems, sports systems, and design systems. Because in the image shown by Sharad, he talked about many pandemia. 600 billion people being under hunger. One figure which was not put on that is 1.4 billion people getting obese because of disbalance of what you are eating. And that's a meta-design question that we need to put back on the table. And I'll finish on that with 3 keywords that you'll need to work on. Word finding, wish finding, and way finding. That is what will keep you busy during this World Cafe. And it is a complex exercise. And you'll have moderators which will allow you to keep the conversation focused. And thank you, all of you. You have to interact on what's next. And these are all the words that will be on each table focusing on. Reality, virtuality, social media, emotional, generative, blah, blah, authenticity, data privacy. We can leave that on the screen. And thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to the output.
Thank you very much, Alok, for that enlightening session. We also have...
The next speaker. Oh, you are there. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm supposed to invite speakers. I'm not a speaker, but... Yeah. So, I'm just going to formally invite you. We also have amongst us Nikhil Malhotra. He's the Chief Innovation Officer at Tech Mahindra, Head of Emerging Tech Business, Creator and Principal Researcher of Project Indus, and World Economic Forum Fellow for AI. Please welcome on stage Nikhil. Please share your insights, Nikhil. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I'll just check whether the slides are working. Perfect. All right. Okay, I don't have the privilege to go beyond 10 minutes, so I'll stick to 10 minutes. I'll tell you what I'm doing, what we are doing. You can't hear it? Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, this is much better. Okay, all right, perfect. So I think you've seen pixels, you've seen what imagery can do for you. Spare a thought for us. We are the algorithm developers and designers who make those tools for you, which allows you to make those pixels, etc. Right? So we are the researchers. My background, it's been about 25 years in the industry. I started off with IBM, specifically IBM Watson. So if you've heard about Watson, if you're doing work with AI, I was at the principal team at 2004. So it's been 20 years of my research with AI, with emerging technologies in terms of what we do. And today, I run not just the R&D division for Tech Mahindra, but also the emerging tech in terms of how it goes to the customers. But I'd start off by thanking to Pearl Academy, to Sharad, to Aditi, and also my friend Sanyogita for having me here. We'll start off, and what this Makers Lab does, this Makers Lab is an R&D division which actually looks at fundamental tech. So we've been talking about fundamental tech to students, we've been talking about Pearl Academy, getting into technology. We talk about that fundamental tech and some of this work that you would see now. And I don't have very flashy videos to showcase, but the work that we do is actually hardcore tech in terms of what we are doing. So have a look at that. One of our principal work is to be a combination of academia, corporate, and government, because we think that the pillars, these three pillars form the three pillars of technology and also the pillars for a country to move forward. All of you have heard about COVID stories. All of you have heard about Serum Institute. You've also heard about the vaccine that saved a lot of lives. The therapeutic molecule behind that vaccine was actually developed by my lab. And it took us about 1.5 years of research in terms of what we did. And please understand, we are a tech company. The only virus that we know is software virus. So the other viruses were not known. But when this virus stuck, we stopped our work only for about a month when the world was shut down. And it started off by us looking at the virus, looking at AI. Generative AI is a new term at this point in time with ChatGPT, but at that point in time, we were doing a lot of generative AI work in terms of what the virus could be. And of course, there was talk about pixels. We were looking at viruses and how they shape themselves up. While we did the software work, somebody had to go and do a hardware work on the virus as well, right? You had to really test the molecules that we found out. You would see me in May 2021 knocking the NIV doors in Pune and talking to them saying, virus dena bhai sahab. And he actually looked at me up and down. This is peak of COVID. And he said, who are you? I said, I'm the CIO of Tech Mahindra. He said, so what? Right? And you've seen some of these in vaccine wars, etc. I took the virus in my hand, of course, shipped it across to one of the places in Bangalore where my team was working. We had partners who did some kind of, curation test in the Petri dish. After the Petri dish test was over and we found some 3-odd molecules which work against the virus, the next question was, what do we do next, right? Hamara kaam to ho gaya. We've done with IT, we've done with software, we've done with virus testing. Some joker in my lab comes up and says, sir, please test it on lungs. And everybody says it's not going to be our lung. Take any lung in the world, but it's not going to be our lung because we know what this virus does. That got us getting into a morgue, getting a cadaver out, taking the epithelial cells of a lung, constructing a 3D printed lung outside the human body, something which Sharad mentioned as 3D printed organs, and then testing this virus on that, or these molecules on that to see whether this works or not. So these are some critical works that we've been doing. There are certain other things that we are doing. If you look at the first Meta Bank of India, that is built by me and my team. That is Union Bank of India. It's the only bank, and there are other banks who are coming in. It's a bank where you can go into a metaverse lounge. You can transact whatever the RBI allows us to do. And it's basically, the bank wanted to attract the younger generation. They said we are serving 100 crore Indians, but we're very old in terms of our terminology, what we do. And secondly, we wanted to have both banking and non-banking retail channels over there. If there's a farmer in this community, and you've got a farming family background, you use an app that is built by my lab. It's called Atmanirbhar Krishi. It was launched by the Prime Minister 2 years back. This app really looks at, soil data, weather data, patterns, and so on and so forth. And if you go to a rural sector, because I feel that the entire innovation in India is happening in the rural sector, not in the urban. All we are doing in urban is picking up pieces and attaching them together. So the rural sector kids use a system of ours which allows them to code in the language of their own choice. So they can really code in Punjabi, Marathi, Gujarati, and so on and so forth. Now, I want to take this. This is not just about this map. The map is really talking to you about where my Makers Lab are placed. There are about 6 locations across the world. We work with some of the most premier institutes in the world. We work with Oxford, we work with some of the others as well. In Australia, my alma mater, RMIT, that we work with. And some very critical work is happening in AI and quantum and whatever. And I'm very pleased to announce that we will be building a Makers Lab in Pearl Academy, and we will be doing it in either Delhi or Jaipur, depending on what size that we have, which is going to be how your kids or students that come to Pearl would be able to take a look at some of this technology as well. Now, everybody is told about trends. I'm just going to give you what the business is looking at, and I'm just going to give you how IT industry is evolving. These are the trends. While there's a surge in the AI investment, there's also a problem with AI. And as a result of that, what you're seeing is maximum amount of effort is going to make AI more precision worthy rather than the size. You've heard about ChatGPT, you've heard about other models. The idea is whether AI can become more precision worthy, or it's not just about size. There's another trend that is coming in, and you will hear it very soon in the next year. This is some work that we've been doing with even ICER and some of IIT Madras as well. Quantum machine learning will start appearing in green shoots. Quantum security is already there, and I can take a long time to explain what quantum security does, but every security mechanism that you use today is going to fail in 2025. Every security mechanism. So if somebody says you are secure, that's crap. A quantum computer should be able to break it in some way or the other, right? Or it's not 2025, it's 2030 in terms of what we're doing. So that's another trend that is coming in. People talked about metaverse. I think metaverse is dividing itself into both consumer and industrial. Consumer metaverse is a Me Too moment for me. I want to do this. I want to project to the world that I've made a system that's something in the metaverse. I think the more practical business scenarios and innovations coming in industrial metaverse, where spatial twins, digital twins, etc. are coming in. And that is making much more benefit in terms of what we do. You would see in 2024-25 home robotics grow up. And you would see a lot of talk on ethical technology. There's going to be a lot of talk. I'm not sure whether something will prevail out of it, but there is going to be talk around ethical tech and governance in what we do. I've purposely kept this sheet for you. Have a look at this. If somebody said AI is going to be sustainable, he doesn't know AI, he or she. AI is the most unsustainable format of tech at this point in time. Please look at it. It does a lot of good work, yes, but the amount of carbon dioxide that an AI inferencing model does is 57 times more carbon dioxide intensive than your flight from here to any of your city. Right? So if you think that AI is going to make life better, the current format of AI, no. The next format of AI, yes. So we are still at the tip of the iceberg in terms of dealing with AI. And researchers like me and my team are looking at how do you make AI more sustainable for you? How do you spend less money? How do you not simply go to ChatGPT and start creating things up? How do you don't open up Midjourney and DALL-E and start putting up your code and say, look, we've done well in terms of what we're doing? That is something which we are actually trying to do. And the reason for this memory wall gap is this. The green line is the hardware. The hardware, the maximum hardware with a VRAM is available at about 80 GB. The maximum size of the model is the pink line. There's a huge gap. In order to fill this gap, what do people do? They put in more GPUs, as we call it, which is graphical processing unit, which inherently makes it much more unsustainable in terms of what we're doing. All right. So what we are doing otherwise. Anybody's heard about this project, the Indus project? Few of you? Okay, brilliant. Only let's say 10% of it. Well, this started off as a challenge. I'm not sure whether you remember, last year Sam Altman was here in India and he gave a challenge to Indian community saying, if you can build an LLM of your own in under $10 million, because India can't do it, we've spent already $100 to $200 million. My ex-CEO, CP, was there. CP called me at 11:30 p.m. in the night. He talked to me, what should we do? And I, in my typical Punjabi tongue, maine kaha, sir, chak do phate. I didn't mean that. I didn't know what chak do phate means because I was also half asleep. CP goes on to Twitter and says, challenge accepted. That's it. That was just two statements. Those two words became a kind of a fever in India. And India started following us. And of course, the work to build this came to me. So we built India's first grounds-up large language model in Hindi as a challenge in only $150,000. which was much less than $10 million, and we're still not done. We are actually doing this. So the reason why we wanted to do this was very simple. There's a huge gap in language, where you can see English, Spanish, French being represented in these large language models. Indian languages are not. And Indian languages are underrepresented. India is a land of 27 mother tongues, or 22 as they call it officially, and 1645 dialects. But unofficially, India speaks about 19,200 dialects. You move in 40 kilometers, the dialect would change. That's India. That's the diversity of India. So I wanted to capture that diversity of India, because it's not just about language, it's also about how you speak. This is the number of ways Hindi is spoken in India. Some of you have not even heard some of the terms. It was new for me. It's still new for me. For example, if you look at the 22nd and the 23rd one, which is Kurmali and Kortha and Mundari and Panch Parganya, are spoken by about 2,000, 3,000 odd people. It's getting extinct. Some of the others, if you're from Rajasthan, Marwari, yes. Dhundari, most of you would not know. Harauti, maybe, maybe not. And the reason for this is how the language changes. Last week I saw a film. If I have to convert it into Hindi, I will say, पिछले हफ्ते मैंने एक picture देखी. In Marwari, the sentence is, Larla हफ्ते मैंने एक film देखी. Larla has no token. There's no word in the system. There's no vocabulary. So as a result of that, the language doesn't understand, or the model doesn't understand what language you're speaking. So we had to counter for this. We had to take in, and our model today takes care of 37 plus dialects of Hindi, and of course the core Hindi as well in terms of what it is spoken. But we had to collect this. India doesn't have a lot of digital data. And one of the reasons why I came back from US in 2014 was to make sure that India progresses in R&D. We're very good in making stuff what is produced outside, but we're very bad in terms of creating grounds up level stuff in terms of R&D what India does. So what we did, I sent a team of people to the north belt of the country. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, UP, collected languages from digital facet. The largest amount of token that Indian language today has on a digital footprint is 2.8 billion tokens. And I'm doing the same thing for Bahasa. It took me 6 months to collect Indian dialect on a digital platform. Some of the dialects are not even there. It took me only 3 days to get as many tokens in Bahasa, Indonesia. It's a language which is spoken by only few. This is spoken by many. Hindi, as a definitive language, is spoken by 615 million people across the world. Much more than anyone who claims English as their first native language. Even then, the number of language tokens that you find about Hindi in the digital world is very less. So we had to do that, we had to collect it. Today, I can safely say that we have a grounds up model which is 539 million parameters. We've got one of the biggest token repository, which is word repository of 10 billion tokens. We took about $150,000 to build it. The model was, of course, trained on CDAC systems, because CDAC is, again, Indian systems that we wanted to do. It's a Center for Advanced Computing in Pune. We are planning to build a 1.5 billion parameter, which will be released in April for everyone to use. They can use in terms of what it does. And the model, again, this is more technical. The model has a loss which is about 2.3, 2.4, much less than this. I just want you to play a video of how Indus works. And I end it over there because I think I've gone 3 minutes, 4 minutes beyond my time. But the idea behind me showcasing this to you and coming on this platform is that Pearl Academy and their students would get this fundamental structure when Makers Lab gets developed inside Pearl Academy, where students can be running on some of these very cutting-edge work. So if you can showcase the video for Indus. So this is how the Indus works at this point in time. Right, what you're seeing is generative AI at its core. but you're also seeing language in different dialects being produced. Of course, this is core Hindi, but different ways in which language could be produced. This would be used as more as a question-answer forum in terms of what to do. It's similar to ChatGPT, of course, because we wanted to counter what ChatGPT was doing. But again, the point over here is this is unique in the way that it only uses Hindi as the core language. It doesn't use English. It doesn't use any other spurious tokens. You would have seen people releasing models like Llama and based on Llama, etc. They're still based on certain other models. So this is what I wanted to show you. Thank you so much for having me at Pearl. I know I have to run, but this is what we would do and we'll bring it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikhil, for such an informative session. Well, as we continue our journey through pixels and passion, we bring to you the World Cafe format. The technique builds on the notion of group intelligence. The technique enables people to discuss a topic of mutual interest in small groups, bringing together individual ideas into one comprehensive message. Each table here has a mentor and a reporter. In the role of guide and facilitator, the mentors will help to facilitate a productive dialogue. They will encourage active listening, ensuring that everyone's perspectives are heard and steer the conversation back on track if it veers off course. Additionally, they will share their own experiences and insights related to the theme to enrich the discussion and provide space to make meaningful connections. The reporter at each table will serve as the documenter and storyteller. Their role involves capturing the key points, insights, and discussions that unfold during the event. They will take notes, record quotes, and gather information to create a narrative that highlights the summary of each table's conversation. Additionally, they can also share their observations and reflections with the larger group, helping to weave together the diverse perspectives and stories that emerge from the World Cafe discussions. This role adds an important dimension to the event by documenting the collective wisdom and experiences of the participants, which can be valuable for future reference and learning. So without further ado, let's begin. On each table, you will find a set of provocations that the mentor will help you navigate. You will also have access to doodle sheets and colored pens to doodle, write, sketch, or just make a point. Please feel free to use them liberally. The dictaphone on the table will capture the conversations on every table. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope the leaders of each group have been identified to join us for the panel. panel discussion now, and to moderate this session, may I please invite on stage Arun Bharadwaj, Dean Product Design at Pearl Academy. He's an IIT Delhi alumnus, a polymath. Arun has over 32 years experience in new product development, product engineering, process engineering, engineering systems, and lean manufacturing. He's held senior positions in prestigious organizations that include Kohler India and more. Please welcome on stage Arun. And now, Arun, please. And now it's time for me to introduce our esteemed panelists. So from table number 1, please welcome Sonal Singh from Samsung. From table number 2, Keyur Zaveri from Furlenco. Please keep the applause going. Table number 2, Keyur, can we have you on stage, please? From table number 3, we have Biju Nayan from Samsung again. From table number 4, we have Sudipta Paul Chaudhary from Shorterloop. Sudipta, you're quite popular, huh? From table number 5, we have Norul Amin from Mitra Tech. Can we have you on stage? Well, from table number 6, we have Soumya Ghoshal from Immersive Arts Studio. Soumya, can we have you on stage? Can we have a round of applause for Soumya as well? Yeah, thank you. And the second last table, table number 7, we have Aromal from Just Pay. Can we have you on stage, Aromal? And keep the applause going, please. And last but not the least, from table number 8, we have Bhushan Patil from Multiply Ventures. Bhushan seems to be the most popular over here. Over to you, Arun. The stage is all yours.
Well, it was a very interesting round of discussions, and while I was on one table, I could... Hi, can you hear me now? Okay, so very interesting round of discussions here. While I was on table number 3, I could see very interesting animated discussions and a lot of expressions and laughter and arguments. So thank you so much for such an amazing discussion. For the paucity of time, we have tried to make things a little simpler and a little different, and we are going to do this in the Picha Kucha way. Each one of you will just get 400 seconds to express and summarize the discussion that you have on the table, and I hope you guys are ready. Would you need a minute to prepare? Okay, well, we'll start from this corner. Let's go with you. Your time starts now.
Hi. So we went through a bunch of subjects. We started with how a lot of the generative tools now are essentially enabling us to create more. We're seeing a democratization of these tools, especially the big question was of how design thinking, is it elitist, is it not? But then you see the rise of so many tools making it easier for more and more people to access these creative tools on your handphone, on your smartphone, which is spreading as a user base as well. So when you have access to these tools, it's essentially coming down to design thinking being common sense and being empathetic. And that essentially will give us better experiences. From this, we went on to data sharing and privacy, how personalization now is also like a double-edged sword where you are giving up data, but at the same time, you are getting conveniences on one hand, but also maybe uncalled for spam and marketing on the other. And this engagement that these social platforms are now designed for, where they want us to engage more and more, it's leading to a new form of addiction. Like earlier you would have vices, now you have screen time that you might be addicted to. So these were the broad topics that we covered. With data sharing, there was a it was split because there were people on the table who have never accessed Facebook or Instagram, so they might not experience what is the way that these content platforms pull people in. So there is no, for this, we don't have a consensus yet. What could be the solution? What could be the way forward? But with regards to tools, it is a landscape that is constantly evolving. there is a huge emphasis on being able to see what is a human touch when you are seeing something created using these tools. And that is a space where people, creative professionals, will start to evolve. They'll play with these tools more and more to figure out their signature style so that it does not go into the mountain of these high fidelity tools that are just high fidelity art that you just see a whole flood of online. So I think that covers everything that we discussed. It's an ever evolving landscape.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we were to summarize the whole discussion in one sentence, one takeaway, what would that be?
Okay. I think it's still coming down to experience with democratized tools.
Okay.
And designing for humans.
The human and human touch. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for that. Okay, let's go right across to this side. Yeah, your turn.
Hi, this
One
is
second.
Sam.
Can somebody keep time for us, please? Yeah. 400 seconds. Can somebody keep time? Yash, would you do that? Thank you so much. All right.
Hi. Some of the things that our groups discussed, we started off with discussing how these AI-based tools or no-code, low-code tools can replace traditional design sensibilities and design practices. And I think everyone on the table was in complete agreement that it does not. The design, the way we see it, is they are solutions that work. And these no-code, low-code tools, they basically do the legwork for you. They are not a replacement for human ingenuity. We then sort of also discussed about the addictive nature of digital media, whether it's for good in terms of habit forming like health apps, or whether it's bad in terms of like how you have certain gambling adjacent video games. So here we actually had a very interesting discussion about how these products are designed in terms of like anything that forms an addiction is basically a reward mechanism, and we touched on dopamine driven designs. So a good way to sort of navigate this space would be to sort of mark out the kind of rewards that you're getting off these systems, and to sort of categorize whether these rewards are meaningful to you or not. For example, if you're using a news aggregating app, just checking off news articles one by one is a dopamine cycle, and it actually can be considered a good one. But something similar would be like a slots machine type thing on a mobile game would be a bad dopamine cycle. I think after that we had discussed, did I miss anything, guys? Yeah, all right. So yeah, that was pretty much it. And if I had to summarize the thing, like our topic, it would be that, all of these things are tools. I think the overall approach to design and, to ensure that there is emotional content, that has not changed. So yeah, the tool keeps changing, but the skill sets, they remain the same, I think.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So a human touch, and it's a tool. The tool keeps changing, but human is central. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, we go back to this side again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm from Group 8. Group 8? Okay. So I think we had one of the best mix of people, architect, stockbroker. We have somebody from Cognizant, somebody from fintech industry. I am from venture capitalist background.
Your 400 minutes are on. 4 seconds are on.
Don't worry. Yeah. So very interesting kind of heterogeneous group. Somebody from Max Fashion Retail. And we talked about two topics. One is the AI, which I think everybody's going to talk about, and we have interesting stories there. So the way we have discussed AI and what are the kind of positives, negatives is everything around AI revolves around data, and data is the essence. So in context of design, again, depends on what kind of authenticity, soul, originality, etc. we want. Respective data has to be generated or has to be available. Coming to the few of the examples, for somebody from Delicious, actually give an example saying that how data helped. And actually data gave them a wrong example, wrong outcome. So he's saying that, hey, I want to kind of call competitors in competitor mascots at one place, right? And obviously the AI did a right job saying that, hey, there might be lawsuits if somebody, basically mascots come at one place and those kind of things. But they still did it and it worked out good. But it's more like an aware or informed decision. So it's almost like an extended brain which was offered by AI, such an exercise. we also thought about learning speeds of building something definitely can be increased. What is important from design perspective is role playing, because a lot of time designers, while he might have done only one type of design, he can actually role play as a different person, and the AI can give them different outcomes. That's the beauty of AI, which we think is very interesting to look at. And same thing got extended tomorrow from a structure perspective. One of the architects in our group said that, hey, we do a lot of chaotic work, but AI can help you structure that thing. And a lot of time different projects actually can be structured very differently, and AI does a great job of it. Last but not least, on the context, what we talked about, but the context of when we say the soul of design or authenticity, originality changes for everybody. What might be very authentic for me, very different for somebody else. But again, that mix of role playing plus some of the characteristics of some of these elements, we think that's interesting to look at from an AI perspective, and it's interesting. And the outcome here is basically simple, that AI is definitely here to stay. It's going to help you. And even if you take a human life, we generally started owning books. From books we got data, we informed something out of it, we generated something, and last is personalizing that something. So I think my time is up, but yeah.
Well, thank you. So importance of data, importance for role play, and importance for learning. Thank you so much. Amazing. Yeah. Yes, sir, we're going to you now. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Nurul Amin, and I'm here to represent Team 5. It was a great provocative session. Yeah. It was a great provocative section for 40 minutes, and I have 7 papers here to read out.
Wow.
Hats off to you team. So the first subject was AI is a myth, or everything is a reality, and reality is a remix, right? So here, there are various methods to this. This is a method to madness. It's between pixel and passion again that we went through for the last few hours. AI should connect the dots, and that's where outcome is more important than the output. While AI today is output driven, human empathy and compassionism is outcome driven. So that should be the idea going forward. I'm going to keep it short because I'm going to read it a little loud. Next would be addiction as design features or flaws. Yes, addiction to the mass extent is a design flaw, but have our dads been addicted to newspapers? They were, right? Until our moms told them, hey, you should not be, right? So addiction is part of life, and it depends on how we take it. And social addiction or social experiences addiction has become so much that people are not able to come out of it. And we think AI is going to power this as well, where ethical future is going to happen, where things might go into personal experiences and not just AI-driven experiences and social ones. Coming to design thinking, that's a favorite topic of myself. I'm a design thinker practitioner as well. So design thinking is still elite in a way that it is taught in elite institutions, right, including Pearl Academy, I'm sure. But it should not be. It's an inclusive design practice where we need to include all walks of life. We talked about UPI in India and not anywhere in the planet, right? Why? Because we went to the streets, we were talking to folks, understanding the human touch. What is it to take to create such systems? So design thinking is an inclusive practice, and I end my story here. Thanks.
Awesome. Extremely well summarized. Kudos to you. Yeah. Okay, we come back this side.
Hi, I'm Aramula Ashok, and I'm representing Table 7. We got through a lot of points, and we had a diverse mix of people at our table. So yeah, one of the main points that we went through was the decline of originality in the age of AI, and whether it's a myth or if it's true. So we concluded that everything is a redesign, honestly. So what AI does is not very different from what humans do. And that sort of imagination can come from the humans, and the AI can be the system that outputs it, basically. And then the next point that we talked about was how if addiction is created as a design feature, and we were in agreement that it is deliberate in many of the cases where apps and experiences are designed to be addictive. And this is a result of many things such as capitalism or competition in the market that makes an addictive design more successful than the other. And this also led to our next point, which is about privacy, and if will AI lead to a farewell that we have to say to privacy. And this was a heavily debated topic, but what we realized is even if you are opting out of, selling your privacy, a shadow profile may be created for you using apps like Truecaller or something, so you're not entirely immune to it. But yeah, it is something we have to be mindful about. The next thing was, is flawless digital aesthetics leading to a compromise in the soul of the art? Here again, we had multiple, what do you say? Opinions? Yeah, we had multiple views and opinions. Basically what we concluded was aesthetics is very subjective, and you cannot say that flawless aesthetics that stem from AI is going to destroy the soul of art. So it's a subjective thing and it has to be treated as such. The next point we discussed was whether social media kills the personal experience. And we agreed that social media and AI, AR, VR, all of these things can lead to the, it can give you a new appreciation for actual reality. A lot of people are returning their Apple Vision Pros because they want to be back in the real world. And my last point was about whether Western UX UI is dominating and destroying Indian aesthetics. We talked about how many of the people believe the world's most popular color is blue, but that is because currently the Western culture is leading the market and whatever. But in the future, it may not be. When India and China leads the world, the color might change to red. So that again is a matter of time until Indian aesthetics become.
Yeah, and with India and China, we outnumber everyone, right? Yeah, we do. Okay, thank you so much. So a lot of hopes and a lot of fears is what I observe in all the groups. Yeah, okay, let's come to Vinod.
Yeah, hi. I'm Bijunayan representing Table 2. So we had a very, very interesting conversation there, and thank you for being the person who was talking very, very relevant questions. So we started with the question, it was very interesting that the topic was pixels and passion. So is it only about visuals? That was our first thing that we were talking about when we were discussing AI. But yeah, obviously the consensus was that it is way beyond pixels. And it's into all realms of all modalities, that the way it influences all sorts of modalities. And our conversations proceeded to in a little more skeptical way, like AI, is it really good? So we had questions on, if we use AI, how original are we, right? When we give a prompt to an AI to create something, is that creative output really my creation or not? That was the question, and then we discussed a lot. And one of the thought was that even when you are doing traditional art media, for example, watercolor, right? It is not exactly as per the artist's wishes, right? The watercolor does a lot to the artist when they paint. So the idea was that we use AI as a tool, and then we go forward, and then it keeps us as original creators of whatever we make with an AI. That was one. And we discussed multiple things, and then we moved to fear of AI, and then within fear we had multiple topics. For example, is it going to replace our occupations? And the answer finally was yes. Obviously, a lot of occupations will be replaced, and there are some good points as well that I'll reserve to later time. And another fear was that the social influence of it, like when people moves to chatbots and then AI agents and then starts communicating with them, will the relationship between humans and other humans, will it affect that? One person was mentioning about even the relationship between a mother and a child. Is it going to get affected because the people are going to get more interactive with more AIs? And however, all of these issues we discussed, but there was a lot of silver linings, and people were really hopeful about the influence of AI. And one of them already Sonal mentioned, like democratizing, right? And for everybody is going to be empowered to create good stuff because of the power of AI. And the collective knowledge that we have acquired across the decades, which is now manifesting in the form of AI's intelligence, which is human intelligence, which we collected across, it is going to repay us back in our future. So that was one interesting point that we discussed. And finally, to conclude, so we have found all these interesting small bits. We concluded saying that we will pick up all of these and make that dal, very interesting, tasty dal that he was mentioning.
Well, he was on my table, so I'll be a little careful about commenting it, but well summarized. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, your turn now.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Sudipta. I'm from table 4. So the question that we had for design originality in AI, I think when we were listening a lot of presentation today, Alok talked about scope to strategy. Biren talked about he used AI, a lot of images, the terabytes of images, but he created a huge innovation. We all loved for it. Mowgli, you take Lion King. So why are we questioning the originality of why AI? Because I think here your idea cannot be stolen. The way you are using the tool, the training the tool, even the CIO of Tech Mahindra, he is using all the power of generative AI and he's creating a real good mass, and that to make in India. So I really believe that overall originality of AI is going to stay. It's not a remix. It's definitely going to create a path of innovation and disrupting the world as ever, as we can think of. The second point was democratizing the AI. Now, if we think of every sector, take it edutech, take it fintech, take it biopharma, take it medtech, where is AI not leading? 5.6 billion as per April 2023, we had smartphone users. We have every sector, that is where we see 58% of the website's traffic coming from the smartphone users. So when it comes to the designer, I think the originality works in two parts. One is the utility and the second is the value creation. What I really want my user to do, look and feel, are they really finding the right thing at the right place? If they are not finding it, how I will make their job easy? AI is really helping them to scale. Think of the product videos that we create. I, being a marketer, I create a lot of AI voiced or AI visualized video. But I also use a lot of humanized video for brand video, because this is where you are showcasing the brand, your ideality, your storytelling that remains with you. No one can steal you. The third point, AI plus human coexist. We learned that AI is going to lose the job, but let's question also, AI is also going to create lots and lots of jobs, and this is as per US level of statistics last year. So we should not be afraid of here. Whenever there is a technological disruption, we should be leveraging the good part of technology. We should know how to filter and take out the bad things. So last point is that tech is the answer, and what was the question, right? That was a very nice answer and very, very fitting into this pixel and the passion environment. Last 2 points, my team has added it for me. There were lots of designers that were there. So they believe that designers will make cool, sustainable, scalable design with or without the AI, because design will stay forever. AI is just making it to the next level. 6th point, originality is how we use it. No one can steal our idea, but how we really train it, that's up to us. Last point, social media. Think of a 65-year-old netizen or India person. He wants to talk to his grandson. How he will talk? Through social media, of course. How I will do the voice chat or a voice, social media, of course. So how I am creating, I am actually bridging the gap between the relations with AI, with the technology, with the goodness of AI. And AR, VR, MR, for a marketer like me, a metaverse tool is really going to reduce the cost of doing the training, because if you do an offline conference, that's going to be, that's going to be very, very costly. But if you have buy the one tool and reuse it again, you will get your ROI. So here I am going to summarize that AI plus human are going to coexist. You will lose the job if you don't know AI from the people who are knowing the AI and using the AI in the right way.
Thank you so much. All right, that brings us to our last table. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, no, it's all yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Keyur. I am representing table number 2. So yeah, we had great discussion and on the similar topics, and a lot of views have already been shared. So, but what we would like to put out here is, we started with Stone Age, we are in digital age, we are going to be in AI age or whatever, but humans are going to always win. They are going to always keep the flag hoisted, And what we need to understand is, yes, as we were in Stone Age or Copper Age or whatever age, we have to, as most of us have told is, this is a great tool for all of us to leverage, help us express in our best way. And that's the role of a designer is going to be. We can even call it like AI can keep the pixel and designers will keep the passion. So that's what is going to grow. That's what going to stay. And after all, who would like to, if you eat pani puri from an automatic vending machine, maybe your stomach is full, but your heart is not full. Yeah. So that's the entire, the table was all about this. And yes, definitely we have AI to our disposal, is how we should think about it. And AI can also create an issue of problem of plenty for a lot of people. And it is going to create a huge amount of chaos among designers as well as clients or whosoever who has solutions available at their fingertips, but they are going to go crazy with problem of plenty. And that is exactly where a designer is going to, so yes, maybe there will be some level of competition with AI, where designers will also have to build on their skills of storytelling, and they might also need to become, they have to become great salesmen as well, which AI cannot do. Can a designer become a catalyst to make relationships stronger, whether it is with the client or with the community or with the nation at large? So yeah, that's my summary.
Thank you so much. Well, I must admit the fact that it's not easy to be told few minutes before the presentation that it's going to be a presentation by you, and then it's going to be 400 seconds. So big round of applause for all of them. They did a great job. And from whatever we heard, AI is here to stay. AI is a tool, but at the end of the day, it's for us human beings to use it wisely. So please use it wisely. Thank you so much for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun, and the panelists for such an exciting discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful evening full of informative and engaging sessions. And with that, we bring a close to day one of Pearl Academy Presents What's Next in association with CNBC-TV18. We are now geared to charge into day two of the event tomorrow with an equally eclectic group of keynote speakers and change makers to delve into two very interesting themes: boundless expressions and reimagining education. Also, a gentle reminder, please do share your experiences using the hashtag What'sNext2024 on our LinkedIn profile, linkedin.com/school/pearl-academy/. You can scan it from the QR code on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves from an extraordinary musical experience as we extend a warm invitation to the stage's center, a maestro whose illustrious 23-year journey to the realm of music has been adorned with remarkable achievements. He's done some captivating performances alongside luminaries like Shankar Mahadevan, Sadhna Sargam and Udit Narayan. And he has graced over 500 concerts, opened shows for iconic figures such as Usha Uttup, Ali Asmat and Rahul Vaidya. So without any further ado, please welcome with a huge round of applause, Sri Ram Iyer. Can we have a huge round of applause?